Hello, folks. It's me, your boy. America's boy. We are simply chilling on this beautiful Easter Sunday morning. Although it is, for me, it's still nighttime, and I have to get up at least at I don't know, in 6 hours to go to a little family party. But it'll be nice. My cousin just hit me up wondering if I was going, and that was nice of her. Um, and get to see everybody. My sister is formally announcing the colleges that she's going. Oh well, sorry, the college that she's going to. She's announcing the colleges that she was given scholarships to, but the one that she's choosing as well, which is Emmanuel College. Um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I genuinely am only going to stream for a little while, but I just wanted to pop in and see what's up. I'm taking a nice walk here with Julia under the cherry blossom trees. Have a seat here on this nice bench. Yeah, very low key vibes. I just finished watching the movie Isle of Dogs, Wes Anderson. It's pretty good. I am finally ready to just commit to the statement that Wes Anderson is one of the best filmmakers of all time. Um, yeah, you know. I'm about to watch his newest movie, too. But, I don't know, man. He just has like a filmography that really stands up. I mean, it's not like every single last thing, like, I don't know. He has one of the best track records of any filmmaker that I know. Like there's not there's not a single movie from him that I don't at least really like. So that's a pretty amazing track record in my opinion. um but um what's going on, gang? Happy Easter, everyone. Um, yeah, it took me a while to finally watch the Wes Anderson, like the animated movies. I think Fantastic Mr. Fox is a little bit better than Isle of Dogs, but Isle of Dogs is still really good. Um, um, Man, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so it took me a surprisingly long time to finally watch these two. Um, like I just remember even when Fantastic Mr. Fox came out, I was already like into his stuff. So, I mean, I was pretty young, but I was, and like still really, I was already into his stuff. So I was thinking like, oh, oh, this is lame. Like this doesn't really count because it's not live action, and like what? It's like a family movie. It's for kids, you know. Um, but it definitely holds up, and I actually now that it's funny that now that I'm older, I actually appreciate it more that he was willing to do, basically a family movie. Um, I mean, it's like his version of it's a Roald Dahl book, and it is his version of a family movie. So um, like there is like a preoccupation with like there's like smoke, there's some smoking and drinking and the kid and like freaking well, but nothing extreme. It's only PG. And there's and anyway, there's just a little of that and like I don't know, mild, very mild violence, really nothing. Oh, right. And I guess, the fox is like a thief. Right? There's like stuff like that. I'm just saying there's stuff like that, but it basically is a kids movie and a family movie. Um, but Isle of Dogs is actually PG-13. But still pretty family friendly. It has a little more violence though. It actually reminded me a little more. Both of them remind me of Watership Down a bit, but and funny enough, they both involve animals. But I think this one reminded me a little bit more of it because there's definitely some mild violence. You know what I mean? And some very interesting correlations that I could make. Um, well, because like for one, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. It's Asian centric. It's based off of like it's like very anime inspired, and it's like basically about a manufactured virus, like which is just I can't right just like really, but this was a few years. This came out in 2018, so pre-COVID, of course. I said it right, but regardless, right? I just thought that was interesting. And then there's the dogs element where they get sick from the it's the dog flu basically, but it's like everything is so the thing is that there is like a decent amount of ugliness, but then for everything that is there that's ugly, there's a lot of stuff that is beautiful. And like so that part was a little annoying and why I liked it a little less than Fantastic Mr. Fox, but it was still I have yet to see anything from Wes Anderson that goes below like 3.5 stars out of 5 for me. You know what I mean? Um, which is like pretty freaking impeccable. So weird as it's 333, and I have 3 viewers. Amazingly threed. But you know, Fantastic Mr. Fox is just a little bit better. But Isle of Dogs definitely has its own thing going on. And with it's really funny too because there's a lot of the Wes Anderson symmetry stuff is like very on like in focus in this one, I think. Ooh. Um and there was actually it actually has a really nice ending, and there was like a cherry blossom tree vibe, and I was just thinking, I'm like, man, those are like some of my favorite trees. And then I looked at and then I realized that the recent like thing that I added to my list, like sort of like a nice visuals and like audio visual video. I'm just subscribed to like all of these like channels like that. There's the like relaxation videos, basically. I mean, that's what they're. It just so happens that is like what a lot of like you know beautiful things on Showcase are labeled as relaxation videos. Well, I don't deny that that's it's relaxing and stuff, but that's how they market them or whatever, so to speak. Anyway, I'm just saying, don't be. It's like I don't know why you would be, but it's not like supposed. It's not necessarily some like it's therapy insofar as nature is therapy, and it's obviously just the next best thing. But what are you gonna do? I like you know saving that stuff. If you want to call it ASMR relaxation stuff, go ahead. But I like that stuff too. Not so much the people speaking thing though. I'm not into that. And if that's what you think ASMR is like that, I'm not into. But well, unless you count talk radio, but it has to be specifically at AM, like AM talk radio, right? You gotta have that AM frequency. That's what I fuck with. But no, Boba Fett. It's funny that you would ask that though, because I saw some tweet once that kind of pissed me off because, well, you're thinking of Tim Burton. I saw some like tweet once or something that was just like Wes Anderson is just Tim Burton for hipsters or something. And I was just like, that's just so wrong. Like, that's just so reductive. But I do understand it from like a very superficial standpoint. No offense, Boba Fett. I'm not picking on you. It's just I like understand because there's like a whimsical element, there's like a childlike element, but Wes Anderson is just he's so many leagues beyond Tim Burton. It's not even funny. Like, um, I mean, for one, Tim Burton has as an such a bizarre fixation on like the maudlin and the bizarre, the macabre, right? Macabre, whatever. The morbid, the macabre. But Wes Anderson is actually focused more on like I mean, there's darkness there, but it's more like um archetypal or something. Like it's just I don't know. Like there's darkness, but there's also light. Like he's very symmetrical. He always gets these ensemble casts, set design. There's a lot of set design. So he's very like people. You could say that he's theatrical, but he's theatrical in like a an understated way, in kind of a cool way. Like, um, which it's like you can totally make fun of him for stuff. People. The number one thing that people go to with Wes Anderson is calling him pretentious. Um, but that's just code for it's good because the thing is that well okay the word that you could use for his movies is like precious or so there's a little bit of like a dollhouse type vibe you might say where it's like everything is very neatly organized. Every like character is very distinct, but also in some way uniform. Like everything is kind of unique in some way. So it's sort of it can almost make the yeah no not at all Evil Dead guy. That's Sam Raimi. It's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of Wes Anderson. Anyway, I'm just saying a lot of his stuff is it's a lot like storybook stuff. So, but it doesn't matter who. Nope, that's Tim Burton too. Wes Anderson did Rushmore and the Royal Tenenbaums. The Royal Tenenbaums is probably his biggest one. He also did Moonrise Kingdom. That was sort of like a more recent. That's probably his biggest like last movie that he did that really I think struck a chord, so to speak. I would say those are probably the big three that people know. Of course, I don't know if maybe you know The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, and if you don't know the two animated features I mentioned, those are the other two. He only has like 8 or 9 movies. Um, the only other two that I'm not mentioning are his first movie, Bottle Rocket, which a lot of people don't really know, and the Darjeeling Limited, which I'd say people don't. Oh, funny enough though, the Darjeeling Limited actually takes place in India, Boba Fett. But actually, um, it's like it's Americanized though. The thing about Wes Anderson too, by the way, is that like he's pretty distinctly American, but in this kind of like I think the big reason why people make fun of him and stuff is because you might say that a lot of his stuff like focuses on like depressed rich white people. So like naturally it causes criticisms like so when he did the Darjeeling Limited, which by the way is in essence about like the beauty and the spirituality of India. It is after all a very American point of view of India. Like there's these three brothers who kind of reunite in India, and I mean that's basically the movie. It's like very chill. There is of course some drama that goes down naturally. I mean otherwise it wouldn't be a movie, but you know, there's this there's this element of Wes Anderson that people like to criticize in that regard, which actually nicely brings me to it's too bad fucking no one else is here. I just had three people and I was only one person. Like, what the fuck? It's starting to annoy me. Um, like, why can't I just fucking get like more viewers? This is ridiculous. Um, anyway. um, what was I gonna say? Like Wes Anderson. Oh, so Isle of Dogs. Yeah, people wanted to, especially nowadays, right? If you think it was bad in 2007, with a movie that is literally about like three American brothers going to India together, um, literally tourism vibes. This one got hated on for being like about Japan, but like only having like so and so Japanese people on the set or whatever. And it is funny because I'm watching it and there definitely are some like some there is a slight element of like parody or something that occurs where nothing that registers as like as super un PC or anything. Anyway, it's just this thing. People will fucking call him racist. Like in the Royal Tenenbaums, there's like one black guy, and like basically Royal Tenenbaum, the father, is like kind of racist to him, but like he's not even that racist for one at all. And then second of all, like it's Danny Glover, and oh man, and and just like Danny Glover is amazing. Like um, what was I gonna say though? Danny Glover, the racism, right? Um, Oh yeah, well he's dating his like ex-wife. Like so I mean, he just gets a little like lippy with him. But it's Wes Anderson lippy. Like the guy is such a perfectionist, like even like stuff that I relate to what he does on like a spiritual level. I know that's that's like an intense word to use, but like there's a perfection in what he does that is almost that I think it puts people off because it's almost too perfect, you know? So like everything is very neatly constructed. Even the dialogue, right? So like the extent of the racism that happens in a Wes Anderson movie is basically just him being like um calling the black guy Coltrane when they're arguing, which is like a reference to John Coltrane, like a jazz musician. And it's just like that's Wes Anderson racism, Like that's it's he's he's not like he doesn't do like everything is just it's kind of hard to even put into words, but it's just like the everything from the dialogue to the visuals to the music to the overall vibes are meticulously crafted, um so as to feel like, in other words, that almost nothing ever gets out of hand. So if for example you were to have a quote unquote racist character in a Wes Anderson movie, you would handle it like that and basically have them say one thing that's relatively benign. You know what I mean? Um, um, and it's the same with the violence. I always noticed that from a very young age, but I actually really liked it because it's a lot like play acting. And I don't know if I said this already, but basically a lot of his movies to me, in summary, feel like plays. Um, it kind of is. It kind of feels like it's like, yeah, now that I'm older, I know a lot more filmmakers. Like I have more of a language to, like I've expanded my language in being able to understand what it is that people are doing. And I realize, of course, that like Wes Anderson is inspired by a lot of like French cinema, right? And and indeed probably like Asian cinema. Like I just started watching that guy Ozu, like Yasu Sir. Hold on, I always forget his first name. Yasuji, because it's like hard to pronounce, but it's he's amazing. Yasujiro Ozu. Um, yeah, that's not that hard to remember. I just like wasn't sure. I only know the name Ozu. I just didn't know his first name. Yeah, yes, but that's his last name is legendary, but it's not even that hard to pronounce. Yasujiro Ozu. I was watching Tokyo Story. It was pretty amazing. Anyway, I can realize, oh, well, like this is proto Wes Anderson, right? Godard is like proto Wes Anderson. Yeah, it's like, in other words, it's not like Tarantino stealing, but it's not even, I wouldn't even say it's stealing. Like Wes Anderson's sensibility is very unique. It is very like precious. Um, but whereas, I mean, but it like for where someone like Tarantino, is known for bombast, right? Um, Wes Anderson is known for class. To be honest, he's known for maybe I should say class, which but that actually has an ironic usage, right? Because it basically is upper class, but it's inherently better in that sense, in my opinion, because it's like high, it's more like high art, you know. I mean, Tarantino mixes everything so as to have both very just like odd high art, low art mixtures. You know what I mean? But Wes Anderson never goes low. It's always very high art, in my opinion, and I think that he is someone to strive for in that regard. Like when thing just I like things that I like art that strives for perfection. You know. So in this way, I'm watching Ozu and I'm like, yes, this is amazing. Um, Tarantino, I still really like him, and it's like I have the same birthday as him. Me and my friend have the same birthday as him, but I can share a kinship with him. But I almost these days I almost like more of his commentary on films than his films themselves. As much as I still love a lot of them, it's just the older I get, the less I tend to uh, I don't know. I not only do I realize just how much he kind of steals from other people, but that um, but that um, it's a lot. It's he makes films for film lovers, which is cool, right? But on the other hand, yes, his movies are excessively violent. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Like and to be honest, I think it's the thing that like makes that is it kind of explains why so many plebes, so to speak, like him, because he's found a way to like mainstreamify like some pretty niche stuff because he himself had the love of film to get into it like that. I understand that. And again, it's almost a big part of why like I almost like his opinions as a film lover more than his films at this point at least because I've seen all of his movies at this point. Um I mean anyway, I don't mean to get too sidetracked. It's just that he I mean he basically verges on the exploitative and it's like to me that approach like gets has gotten more and more unsavory the older I get, um although he has said on occasion things that I like and relate to, like that he doesn't like, I think he said children and animals being harmed, but I don't know if he might have just said animals, which is like annoying, but he might have said, but I would like if he said both because I feel the same way about both. um But I think he was talking about, you know what though, actually, I think he was talking about real life animals, and I don't like that either, you know? Like doing something like having animal cruelty as part of the movie. I definitely don't like that either. It would be funny though and it makes me laugh how they say like, oh, like it's psychopaths that only care about children and animals. Like, okay, then I guess I'm a psychopath. No, but I'm just kidding. But they say though it's like, but then they don't care about humans, right? Well, that would be. I'm just saying that's funny in relation to Tarantino and even myself. But I just think it's a dumb way. My take on that is that it's a fucking psyop, basically. You know what I mean? It's like yeah, let's label the psychopaths. Let's label the people who have like their priorities in the right order as psychopaths. You know what I mean? Like it's like yeah, children and animals are literally like it's like please don't harm them. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. But I get I what he was actually talking about real life animal violence and you know using real life animal violence in films. Yeah, I hate that. Um, so I liked that he said that. Um, um, what was I gonna say though? Well, it's funny because it's kind of like it's like Tony Soprano in The Sopranos. Like he literally only cares about children and animals, but only it's like only children and animals though, right? I mean, he has no regard for human life. Um, only in those circumstances. You know what I mean? Um, I mean, I think that's what makes a real, you know, psychopath. From that's, you have to not care about human life, too, you know. I don't know. I as I'm talking about, I'm like, I kind of hate that idea, you know, like just like, oh, you like, you know, you love children and animals the most, like, oh, psychopath, like, right, like that's because I mean I think that even they say I mean now this is getting into like dangerous territory, right? But they said that they say the same about Hitler too. I'm almost positive, right? Like he was a vegetarian. Um, he seemed to love children and they loved him back. I think even. Um, I mean you know spooky stuff or you know sorry I meant to say scary stuff, but it's like I don't know. I almost would like to think that this is just the stuff that psychopaths say to feel better about being psychopathic. You know what I mean? It's a psyop. Just like fuck you. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't take a rocket scientist, whatever. You know, it doesn't take a philosopher or a psychologist or anything to like figure out why those things would be true. I mean, it's like we're talking about the most innocent and pure of like life. Because we're talking about children and animals, so it's like it's not just I don't know. It's just not a coincidence. Like and it's just it's annoying when people say like devaluing stuff like that. You're just like, oh, did you know that you must be a psychopath then? Because it's like I didn't say I don't value human like human life. It's just clearly children and animals are like the most protect like I don't know just like worthy of protection. Although the thing about I mean I will obviously animals though. I mean what the fuck did an animal ever do for me? What would it ever do for me? Some people get really carried away with it, you know. Like I basically only like animals that are cute. Um, Same with kids. No, I'm just kidding. That would be that'd be so sad, right? Just like I just don't like ugly children and animals. That's horrible. Um, no, but I will say like cute animals. It's you know it's mostly with animals, right? Like I don't feel anything with like a reptile. You know what I mean? I see a tarantula, I see a spider. I'm stepping on that right away. it's different with like even because even like ugly like kids. This is gonna get into like un PC like territory. I can't go hard, but like like even it's like oh they're a kid, but it's just like with a fucking animal though. Some people are annoying. You guys ever know those people who are like aw, this snake. Aw, this snake. I'm like, you are just trying to be edgy. That thing is not cute. You're lying to me. You are trying to seem edgy. I mean, I can see it in a way. But oh god, like I knew like a girl like that and a guy like that growing up who were just annoying in that regard. Just like, oh, I love reptiles. What are you, a fucking reptile person? Huh? What are you, a reptilian? Right? Yeah, but just like reptile, snakes and spider. Fuck snakes and spiders. You know what I mean? Spiders are the actually the worst though. Tarantulas, get the fuck away from me. You know what I mean? I don't feel nothing. I don't feel nothing for that. I'd probably feel something for a fish more than that. You know. Um. I just always think of the Patrice O'Neill bit about how about killing a fish and how it's just like they just stare at you with their eyes and like flopping around. And you're just like fuck you, just like kill it. Oh my god. Um. Um. What's up, Jonathan? Just getting a nice little rant and rave in um for Easter. Just because, well, it's like I have to get up in a while. I really need to try to sleep for a bit. But the spiders, they eat flies and skeeters. Yeah, but that's not based on like cuteness. That doesn't that's just utility, you know. I don't like creepy crawly things. Um Cuteness though. I have a friend who I remember once he like loves animals, but he told me he was like, "Oh, I don't really like think." I was talking about like cuteness in animals, and he was like, "Oh, I don't really think about cuteness with animals." I'm just like, I'm just like, really? Wow, you're really edgy. You know what I mean? I think what he was actually saying in a way though is this thing of like valuing the life over the cuteness or something, maybe. Because I mean, I've thought about this. Um, that's probably the ultimate caring, right? Is just to be like, I love all animals. I'm just kind of being like, nah. That's cool, man. I probably shouldn't even be streaming past like 5. I need to at least get like try to sleep a little bit before just before Easter. I'm going over to my aunt and uncle's house. It's like literally down the street, but I'm gonna be seeing just like the fam. Like I should at least try to like be in bed so that I can have the illusion of being rested even if I don't sleep. Plus I have kind of a headache. I have to get my sleep normal. Um Listen. Anyway, though, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I understand that the cuteness thing isn't like the end all be all of the argument, but it goes a long way for me. Like, um, where did I start talking about that? Oh yeah, because of it's all related. I was talking about Tarantino. Well, actually, I was talking about Wes Anderson primarily. And anyway, that is he's on that next level. Although, even though it was fake in the Grand Budapest Hotel, there is like a character who like tosses. He's a bad guy, and it's properly framed. But he like tosses a cat out of the window, and I think we see the dead cat briefly, which I didn't like. You know what I mean? But that's like the extent of it. And it's funny that you would say that Boba Fett because I have grown to really like the Darjeeling Limited, but the Grand Budapest Hotel is not that great. And um I mean it's I still really like it, but it's I can understand not being a huge fan. You might not be a huge fan. I mean, some people don't aren't into his vibe. But I mean, if those are the only two you've seen, I mean, those are like legitimately like those are not good places to start. um, Although it's like I don't blame you for starting in those places either because again, he only has like 8 or 9 movies. Um, but the like sort of his high watermarks are easily Rushmore and the Royal Tenenbaums. So I mean, I was actually just talking to Jonathan about the Royal Tenenbaums. He brought up the Royal Tenenbaums actually, and I was like, dude, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. One of my favorite filmmakers of all time. Um. Anyway, I would just say, start there, and then work towards, see what you like, from the his other movies. You know what I mean? Jonathan says, yeah, exactly, people and shit. CJ has been getting warmer, and I'll probably get a bike in the next few weeks. Dude, that's awesome. I know, right? It has been getting pretty nice out. I gotta get some sun. I've been saying that. I gotta get more sunlight and activity. But yeah, you'll have to come through, dude. Of course. Somebody to say you'll have to come through, of course, dude. Um, yeah, exactly. Jonathan says Royal Tenenbaums is high tier, excellent film. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I was just talking about how I feel like Wes Anderson makes movies that need to exactly all of the characters are memorable. Sometimes at worst, I do think that because some people will say like, oh, he's like precious or something in a way. So like yeah, like every character is unique and in a way can make it uniformly unique, if you know what I mean. But actually two things to elaborate on that. One, better than not, right? And two, I think that he only started getting more overblown with it like after the Royal Tenenbaums, basically. Um, Jaffiel. Um, yeah, absolutely though. All of the characters are memorable, you know. That's where I will admit the things that he does, where yeah, he winds up getting these ensemble casts and then sometimes it can just be like, okay, we don't need this many characters, so to speak. You know what I mean? I have a feeling that his newest movie, The French Dispatch, might be a little bit like that. I probably will still really like it, but like nonetheless, I mean, it can be a little bit like gimmicky. Like it's kind of like, okay, we get it. Everyone ever is here and it's amazing, right? But again, even that is like better than not. Um Anyway, I think the whole like uniformly unique thing only started happening when it was like Literally once we got into like Grand Budapest Hotel territory. Like that was the first movie that came out from him where people were starting to be like, okay, like this kind of is this like a Wes Anderson parody? It's almost like he's doing like a parody of himself, you know? Um, which is again kind of why I would say like don't start with that movie, you know? Saoirse Ronan is in that though. Um, one of my favorite crushes, and Kara Hayward. I actually know she does a voice in Isle of Dogs, and she got her start in Moonrise Kingdom when she was quite young, when she was like 12. But I was only like 16 or something at the time, and although obviously she's a little young then, I mean, I had a crush on her. She still has a crush. I mean, and she still has a crush on me. No, I'm just kidding. But I was gonna say I still have a crush on her because she's only gotten more beautiful, obviously. But she's not really in anything. Kara Hayward, like, where you at? Where you at, girl? This is a Kara Hayward appreciation stream. Yeah, but she's gonna add to she's gonna have to like be added to the wall of fame here, so to speak. She's that's but yeah, that's the thing. I mean, she's only like a few years younger than me. Like, wait, I think. Wait. Oh my God, yeah, that's right. And she was born in Massachusetts. Amazing. She's only 2 years younger than me. Okay, so she's playing 12 in that movie. How old is she when she made this movie? Oh no, 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 just kidding. Moonrise Kingdom came out in 2011, so she would have been 13, but then that means that it was filmed when she was like 12 and she was like 13. 2011, I had like just turned 15. Yeah, so that's not weird. Literally. Literally amazing. She's less than 2 years younger than me. Anyway, Noish. But she's still not really in anything these days. I guess she shows up in that movie Manchester by the Sea. I still need to watch that, but I heard it was boring. Oh shit. She's in Patterson, which is a Jim Jarmusch movie. I didn't even know about this movie until recently. I need to watch that. I love Jim Jarmusch. Right though. So Kara Hayward does the voice of Peppermint in Isle of Dogs. Who's that though? Looks like a minor character. Amazing cast. So good. Yeah, though, that would be a good score, Jonathan, in a backpack style guitar case. Um, but yeah, Kara Hayward is beautiful. Um, no, Boba Fett. Isle of Dogs. This is Isle of Dongs. I did not think of that. That's terrible. You ruined the movie for me now. Because now I'm just gonna think of that. That's too true though. That's too good. It's too true though, dude. Yeah, it's good. It's good though. It's still minor, slightly minor Wes Anderson. I could probably rank his movies at this point. It's just that you just really don't get better than Rushmore and the Royal Tenenbaums, you know? Peak peak Wes Anderson, but I was just saying how I at least really like all of his movies, and I can't say that about too many people. Um, Man, not even necessarily Thomas Anderson, another Anderson. Funny enough, they're not related though. Well, who knows? Maybe they are somehow, but they're not related as far as I can tell. And I also don't think I can say that about Quentin Tarantino. You know, um, I mean, really, it might be he might be at least by far as his track record goes. He might be my favorite filmmaker. The track record of Ahmed is here. Thanks for being here, Ahmed. Nice, Ahmed. We met actually. I met Ahmed on the TWFP whereby, and he's another fellow rate your music user, or at least he was. Or well, yeah, no, you rated something recently. I go on there quite a bit. Um, I really like it, and yeah, my friend Sam goes on there too. So I got my two rate your music fans here. Um, why you say you shouldn't keep watching Wes Anderson though? He hasn't done anything wrong, right? I mean, I assume you're saying that for a reason that I already got into, which is like, he obviously now that I'm older, like I realize that how much for example, he's inspired by. I knew this when I was younger, but now I really know, like just he's very inspired by like French film and obviously Asian film. Um, he's it was the kind of thing that made me actually bring up Tarantino as well because he has his own ways of oh, okay, nice. Ahmed says, I don't know, I wanted something to sign in with it. um I only watched the Grand Budapest. Oh man, that's not. I What is with you guys watching that and not his other stuff? Like you guys are ridiculous. Boba Fett said that too. Boba Fett says that. Ahmed says that. Like, bruh, the Grand Budapest Hotel is the first movie that he came out with that actually felt like a parody of himself. You know what I mean? Watch Rushmore and the Royal Tenenbaums, okay, and then get back to me. In fact, Ahmed, I'm actually really curious, what you would think of those two movies, because I feel like I know your taste fairly well at this point, and although similar to Sam, you can be a little bit of a contrarian sometimes. We basically do align. It's like with Sam too, and with you. It's like um like I saw recently, like you love the 400 blows, right? I sound like a creep, but I do happen to know. Well, it's not that hard to see on Rate Your Music. Like if you go on a thing and you just see what your friends rated it, right? Anyway, though, Wes Anderson was clearly, inspired by Truffaut and stuff like that. Fucking it will be interesting though for you though, Ahmed. You might not be as blown away because you actually know. I'm gonna give you a lot of credit here, and I'm gonna say two things. One, you knew the reference points. I think actually, at least better. You now know the reference points better than I did, especially at my age when I got into Wes Anderson, because I got into him when I was like 12. You know what I mean? So, to my eyes, that was perfection. It just sort of turns out that so many years later, literally times two, well, I just turned 26, right? So it turns out that that almost double my life better, double my life later. um, you know what I mean. 12 or it's like 13 years. Sorry, now 14 years later, I he still is one of the best to me. Especially because of his filmography, and I'm sure you can appreciate that too. I mean, when you've got a guy where I at least really like um, everything that he does, like I mean, that's a damn good track record. And I was just saying, I think it's honestly even better than Paul Thomas Anderson, and I think it's honestly even better than Quentin Tarantino. Um, I still have to watch The French Dispatch though. I get speaking of which, right? Deaf Frenchie, yeah, exactly. The French Dispatch. I know that's the thing. I'm sure I'm not going to be blown away by The French Dispatch. I'm crossing my fingers though. I really hope it's not like the first, because I just watched Isle of Dogs and it was definitely pretty great, but slightly minor Wes Anderson. I mean, it's just that, bro, like The French Dispatch just better be good too, cuz but yeah, in terms of like filmography though, I feel like, I mean, then you get like Stanley Kubrick. He's got a pretty amazing filmography. Um, then you got frickin'. Well, anyway, the point still stands. Well, now that you know the like the language that Wes Anderson is working with, yeah, I don't know. It's just I understand. There's a lot of like nostalgic value to me. A lot of that. It winds up working out very well too because, like I was saying, his movies are very like precious in that way. You know, it's something that people will criticize him for, but I mean, it doesn't hinder it at all to me because I don't feel like anyone does it with as much. I don't know. I can't think of another word, but like class that he does. Either way, though, it's there are influences there to pinpoint. Yeah, I need to watch PTA's new one. Nice though. Yeah, Ahmed, thanks for coming through. That's actually another great person to come through for the streams, especially with these topics, because you know what's up with the language of film. So appreciate it, bro. Peace, dude. Yeah, Rashomon, dude. Rashomon's really good. Um, I actually watched that for the first time in a little community college like film analysis class. But nice, thanks, Jonathan. Amazingly, hooray! Yeah, I do like Tarantino. It's just like, um, I just really like how refined Wes Anderson is. I think he's a little better. And I think, I mean, I'm interested to see what he does next. It might be his last movie, or no, actually, two more. He has two more movies. He says he's gonna stop at 10, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, Rashomon though is so good. And I was actually just saying I've been getting into Ozu lately, Yasujiro Ozu, and like I just watched Tokyo Story, literally amazing, and uh, yeah, proto Wes Anderson, uh, you know, um, regardless, just amazing on its own merit. And actually, he came up in the Charles Carroll stream earlier. Someone said that Ozu seeks to purify the inherent worthlessness of film or something like that. I was like, oh my god, because they were talking smack about films. Charles tends to get in on that a lot too. He was saying how a lot of filmmakers are basically just jacking off and reference with each other and referencing occult stuff. And the funny sad thing is that a lot of that is true, and I think it's actually part of why um at the very least why I think music is better. And then he like doubled down on it too, and he said how it's the same thing with video games, but even worse. And that's actually, I've never really liked video games like that either. Like it's weird. Um but he was getting deep, and it was pretty amazing. Um it really resonates with me, but it also does serve as a kind of echo chamber in some regards, right? Because but it's interesting though to be older now and to realize that like a lot of the things that like I inherently felt without anyone telling me about it when I was very young are the things that people talk about now, and that I'm older, and it's a lot of like spiritual stuff. Now I don't know if it's, you could say, well, oh, it's just that it bothers them. It's just that stuff bothers them and stuff bothers you and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but like like I don't know. I guess it's just a little pat on the back moment for me for being spiritually enlightened at a very young age. No, but like uh I don't know. I joke because I wouldn't be as egotistical as to say that, but there is truth in that. Like to be honest with you. Like I mean, you could say, "Oh, no, you're just sensitive," right? Well, what's the difference? What is the difference? I ask. You know? Um I never liked horror movies, you know what I mean? Like not until I was I had a friend of mine who like showed me Freddy versus Jason when I was like 8 years old, and that is like old for some people. But that was like, even that was still scary to me. Like I felt like I had the image of like Freddy's disgusting face like seared into my mind. But I've always had sensitivities like that. Um it's just interesting, isn't it? Um and I felt the same about the Tim Curry Pennywise in It. And I saw some video recently of some like schizophrenic girl saying that one of her hallucinations was the Tim Curry Pennywise in It. And of course then comes the psyop of you're mentally ill, right? And it's just like more like spiritually enlightened, right? Um so I don't know, it's an interesting back and forth, isn't it though? Just like kind of just like, well, like you're sensitive. It's just like, well, that may be, but also amazing truth and reality, right? Like like watching I was having this conversation with, and I honestly think that a lot of people feel this way and they just don't want to admit it because they don't want to appear sensitive or something. Like I was talking to my friend who has always loved horror movies, by the way, um, and has watched them since he was very young. Um, which I mean, you know, no comment. No, I'm just kidding. But like, it's look, it's fine. I don't know. It's just, I wouldn't be showing my kid. I'm just gonna be real. Like, if I'm ever, you know, lucky enough to have kids, like, I mean, they ain't watching, they ain't watching no like R-rated horror movies until they're like 12. You know what I mean? Like legit. And real talk. That's just like some hashtag real talk for you guys. And that's not the kind of thing that I expect people to just like pat me on the back for. I think a lot of people would be like, "Oh, you're gonna coddle your kids then," and like that's blah 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 blah. Like you're just doing what you did, and you're just furthering the hashtag sensitive snowflake agenda. Maybe that would be a hot take, right? That's kind of, that might be based. But the fact is that it's not really based. I mean, like it's like I would rather not make, but like have my kid go on like a quote unquote scary ride at like an amusement park before I would have them like sit through a particularly horrible horror movie. You know what I mean? Um, like, because that if I'm gonna go off of like subjective like actually, you know what? The thing that I would like to probably have them do more than anything is to not be afraid of going on planes like me. um, like to not have issues with traveling with air travel, just so as to make their lives easy. I'm just saying the first things that I would do wouldn't be let's get you nice and fucking freaked out by some horror movies, you know? I mean, there's merit in that stuff though. Like there have been studies, very interesting studies that have come out saying that horror movies actually can prepare people for the evils of life. Um, but funny enough, actually, I kind of have the same opinion that my dad has on this stuff, which is that yes, maybe there is some merit to that stuff, but in any case, it's there are genuinely things that are there. It's like people don't like to hear this, but in art, yes, in art, there are elements that can genuinely be bad for your soul. Um, like things and it's worse obviously in real life. Like that's something that like my friend who loves horror movies will always say. It's like, oh, it's fake. It doesn't matter. And it's just like, yeah, but maybe it's my own problem or whatever, but a lot of people I think will relate when I say these things too, where it's like, well, not all of us are that I don't know, desensitized, you know? Anyway, I'm saying that there's something to be said for like desensitization, like kind of like getting your kid, like being like, we're gonna go on this little ride, like it'll be fun, you know what I mean, on a roller coaster, like kind of thing. Even I don't want to go on crazy roller coasters, right? But you know, it's like, yay, we're going on a fun like little, you know, like a wooden roller coaster or something like that, right? It's like, oh, and then it's like, yeah, it's not, you know, maybe they're a little scared, but it's like, oh, it's not so bad, right? And then you're good. Yeah, of course, maybe I would say more than anything the air travel thing, right? But then also I would just say as a side thing to get them used to like roller coasters and rides. And then but I would kind of just say like the last thing you need to be worried about is the funny thing that I'm thinking is like, yeah, have your kid watch like 28 Days Later. That's not even a particularly, I just like hyper realistic like zombie stuff, right? And it's like, yeah, that'll prepare you. But it's funny because there's some people, there is an argument to be made for that. Like, I mean, in emergency preparedness situations, you know, funny enough, there's this guy Edward Dutton, and you guys might not like him because I mean, I think to be honest, he's kind of racist, and like some people are like, there's a vibe for sure, but he gets discredited a lot by like scientist types, um, and his chat can be like a mess. You know, that's if I'm being generous, right? Uh, but he did a whole thing about you know, our movies like this, do they help prepare us, or is the zombie our zombie movies in particular, he said, like good for you know, helping to prepare us for like the sort of incoming zombie, you know, upcoming zombie apocalypse or whatever, right? Because he's kind of like, you know, he has a whole thing about midwits and stuff like that, like people who are like just smart enough to be dangerous and like stuff like that, like all sorts of things that are admittedly interesting, but um he ultimately what why did I bring that up? Well, he was just talking about zombie movies and stuff, and that there is something to be said about preparedness for especially like emergency preparedness. um so like, okay, maybe the it can be good. It's just I wouldn't be rushing though to be like showing my kid those, like showing my kid horror movies and stuff like that, you know. I mean, Jonathan says probably depends on the particular child. No, I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't make that sweeping broad statement. I guess I would say like there are ratings. I mean I never growing up I wouldn't think that I'd be saying that I'd be 26 years old. Well, actually, it kind of makes sense. I fuck you guys. I'm mature. Okay, right? No, but seriously, I wouldn't. I don't know if I would have predicted that I'd be the person saying this now, but um, I find myself thinking, good. I'm glad that there are movie ratings. You know what I mean? Like, um, and I'm saying basically, to be honest, like I'm not going past PG-13 for my kid, right? Theoretically, right? Again, if like I said, if I'm lucky enough to have kids, it's like, you know, um, no, we're watching like G movies, PG movies, and PG-13 movies, and we're only watching PG-13 movies, by the way, when you're like 9. Okay, just saying, because I'm the cool dad. I'm cool. So, but see, people are crazy nowadays. People are insane. They'll be like, "Yeah, I showed my kid The Silence of the Lambs when he was 5 years old." Right? Nah, that's like different. Silence of the Lambs. There's also different levels of horror, by the way, which is interesting. Like my little cousins, they're like pretty young, and they've started watching a lot of horror movies that I'm personally a little surprised by. Um, well, I'm also not surprised because their parents are ESFP and ESTP. I'm actually going over their house in the morning for Easter breakfast. And they're really good people. I'm just saying they are literally the types. This is all perfectly relevant because they literally are the types that will say, no, like, no, you're going on the plane, you're going on the roller coaster. Especially, they have things about like roller coasters and stuff. Most people don't really care about planes. That's kind of like my thing. That's my niche fear. But like, even planes aren't even on their radar. Like, no pun intended. There's no radar going on there. Um, the uh, Freaking, what was it? What was I saying? Yeah, you get the point though. It's like no, they're going on the rides. Speaking of, Jonathan brings up Disney. I'll address that in a second, but um, yeah, literally, they'd be the ones that are just like, no, this like, we're going on the ride and stuff like that. In a way, that stuff is actually good. But anyway, I'm saying it just doesn't surprise me that like all the kids have seen like Scream now, and they've been like watching the Scream movies, and and and, and I'm just like, I guess I just have like mixed feelings about that. But at the end of the day, like Scream is the kind of mindless. Well, I guess it's a cut above mindless violence, barely, right? Um, but I'm saying it's the kind of thing where I'd be like, oh, okay. I mean, like that. Even that is a bit much, though. To be honest, just the just slashers. Um, in fact, in other ways, it might be even worse than something like Silence of the Lambs. But isn't that it's sort of an interesting conversation, though, isn't that? Because it's kind of like, well, what actually is worse? The thing that treats human flesh like it's nothing, like in a slasher, or the thing that treats it like it's something, like the Silence of the Lambs, but actually like gives it like investigative weight and stuff like that. Although honestly, you guys, like Silence of the Lambs is like kind of overrated. Like sorry, not sorry. It really kind of is. Like honestly, Scream and Silence of the Lambs are basically about as good, about the same amount of goodness to me. Silence of the Lambs maybe a little bit more on the basis of like the style, I guess, but not really though. Like they're about the same to me. But in any case, yeah, it's like I won't be showing. It's like but something like Man Bites Dog, right? I know I bring up that movie quite a bit, or at least I have lately because I didn't even see it until fairly recently. But it's like, yeah, no, you're not. We're not like watching that. like, like, uh, even. even like a Clockwork Orange, like the stuff. I think it's the stuff that like actually like gets into evil. You know, like that's where I'm like, okay, like no, we're not watching Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. You know, like no, we're not watching funny games. We're not like like that kind of thing. But it's like I would say just don't get me wrong about horror, like especially if it's like a PG-13 horror. Like yeah, maybe if you're like 8 or 9 years old, right? But nah, man, fucking any. But what was kind of my main point here? Ultimately, just yeah, different ages for different vibes. Like um, well, anyway, I'm mostly talking about horror movies and movies in general, age appropriateness. It's just like what exactly is worse. But I've thought about it a little bit, and I sort of think like, yeah, it's probably like the evil in human nature type stuff that like that it and the stuff that's like really explicit in that way. Like that's the stuff that maybe is like in a way, Scream is maybe like it's like it's just not that bad in some way because it's just kind of like oh shit, oh no, that guy got stabbed and there's a lot of blood, but you're not like made to like ponder like what it is to murder, like stuff like that. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could, but that I don't know if that's the kind of thing that like a kid is thinking about, right? So I wouldn't want to it's the like real the truly darker stuff that I would probably be more wary of. You know what I mean? Um like I get it with like a lot of other stuff. Even like the movie Halloween, which is like fairly tame nowadays. In fact, it's kind of classy compared to even compared to like Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street, you know? Um that might be, if I'm remembering correctly, that might be the kind of movie that like if you're like 10 years old, it's like probably not that big of a deal to watch, you know what I mean? Um And if you're watching it on TV, I mean, good. I mean, dude, that movie is tame. Am I wrong in remember in this? Like, I've only seen it. To be honest, I've only seen it all the way through once. Anyway, the sort of exploration of evil there, I put them all on the same level, kind of, because it's just like, you know, uh, either way, it's all bad. But it's just kind of like it's all for kids, but um, especially right. But it's just different levels of stuff. Like, and especially if you're talking about like a PG-13 situation, like it's probably fine. Although you'd be surprised sometimes, right? Sometimes, I mean, that's where ratings do get arbitrary, and which nicely leads me to the thing that Jonathan says. He's like, "But CJ, the witchcraft and satanic magic of Disney. How could you?" Um, yeah, the thing about Disney, right, is that it's just gotten more and more like brazen over the years. But they used to make some timeless classics. But that was actually it's I never really liked Disney when I was a kid, and again, it's like I like to think it's because I was in tune to spiritually. But you know what it really is? If I'm being super honest, um, two things. I always felt like a lot of stuff from Disney was for girls. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Always thought a lot of stuff from Disney was basically for girls. And also, no, don't get me wrong. I liked some Disney stuff, okay? Like legitimately. Um and like the movie Max Keeble's Big Move, which is like apparently people say it's like not a very good movie. It's probably not. And there are some like gross elements in it. Um but that was like my favorite movie for a while when I was a young kid, you know? you know. Um oh man, like freaking bringing me back to my roots here. I don't want to get too distracted, but I'm just saying like um Disney, right? Anyway, the thing that it really was that I knew that it was super mainstream. And like um I realize now that I'm older too that it really is not just some kind of pretentious like elitist thing. Um this is an interesting thought. Like I don't know if I've ever said this out I've never know if I've ever formulated this concisely, let alone said it out loud. But the thing is that I am only having my suspicions verified like as I get older because I felt as though from a young age I didn't really care about Disney stuff because I felt like a lot of it was for girls and I felt like it was very mainstream. And I was like aware of it being very mainstream probably at about as young as like 8 or 9 years old. So no, when I was 5 years old, it wasn't on my mind that Disney was mainstream. The first movie that I ever really loved was Toy Story. Okay, and then like I said, one of the later favorite movies of all time, funny enough, was Max Keeble's Big Move when I was like 5. Okay, but then by the time I was like 10, right, I was very aware like that Disney was very mainstream, and so that was only reinforced by like the High School Musical series and stuff, which in hindsight actually are not that bad because at least they're positive. You know what I mean? And I mean that sincerely. Like they're not. I'm not looking to. I'm not reaching to watch them. It's probably they're one of the last. That series is one of the last things I want to watch. But at least they're positive, right? Um, and my sister was just talking about High School Musical either, and I'm like, I get it. But that was more like my sister's generation, Hannah Montana and High School Musical and everything. Anyway, it was like well into that point that I was like, no, like this sucks. This is mainstream. Um, yeah, but now that I am older, I'm realizing the truth and reality of the fact that it's because it's mainstream that it's not trustworthy. Like, um, it really is. It really is related. Jonathan asks, Brazen how? I'm seriously curious. What about Disney gets you? Um, well, I mean, Magic Kingdom. What's going on? What's going on there? You know? Who the fuck? What the fuck is Disney World? Disneyland and Disney World. I don't know. There's so much that I could say. Like I don't. I mean, do you know? I mean, literally recently, there's like stuff coming out about like their stuff with like kids and everything, and like even from my friend and his brother, like my brother knew about like Epstein and stuff. Like they went by Disney's, like did the Disney cruise ship people and stuff. Like I didn't even know that. Like people know more than I know about it, and all that it ever does is serve to just reinforce the truth and reality to me. You know what I mean? Like that's just been like my narrative. And like I really don't mean to like burst anyone's bubble or like come off as like negative, but like I hear that and I'm just like, yep, not surprised. And I mean, when you were younger, do you remember when there were all those things online about like the sex stuff like hidden in Disney movies? Like, oh, look, in The Lion King, there's like the stars, they spell this stuff out. By the way, even a friend of mine, again, me not noticing that, we were watching The Lion King and we never really got into it. We were watching it for the first time. And by the way, that's like peak Disney, right? Which, by the way, spoiler alert, it's a lot of it is like inspired by the Bible, of course, right? Just like everything good. And ultimately, um well, it's not, it's less so than you know what I mean. It's archetypal and it kind of is inspired by the Bible, okay? Um again, just like everything good. And the The Lion King. My friend even noticed, he was like, there's a lot of animal butt in this movie. And I was like, you're right, there is. There's a lot of, they're all like shaking their butts and everything. Kind of weird. And, it's just more confirmation bias stuff, where I'm just never surprised, and sadly, it seems to only get worse and worse. How do you like that? Um, now PragerU is posting a video being like, is Disney grooming children? And you can make all sorts of arguments, but it's been building over time. Um, Also, wasn't Walt Disney like a Nazi? Um, he's probably a pedophile too. He's probably a Nazi pedophile. How do you like that? Walt Disney was a Nazi pedophile. Period. Quotes. Infamy hyphen CJ O'Connell. Yeah, though these are the topics though that like will get me labeled as just like at the very least like not fun and like not funny. I'd like to at least I don't care what people think about it. I'd like to be I like to just be I like to be humorous, but you know. Anyway, there's the stuff hidden, and the guy has like a boner or whatever when he's like marrying two people. It's like a priest, of course, too. By the way, right? How do you like that? Isn't that amazing? It's like a priest, of course, that they have sexually, uh, exposed or whatever, some fashion in a children's movie. Oh, good lord, ridiculous. Um, um, I mean, hey, you see that new movie Turning Red, which is like symbolic of like uh uh a tween girl menstruating basically. And by the way, red, kind of like satanic, also communistic. A lot of people have said that too. They're like, "Huh, turning red." That made me think of communism like immediately. Um, and yeah, it's all about menstruation. It's also all about like an Asian Canadian family for some reason. A Canadian Asian family for some reason. Funny enough, there are two O'Connells associated with that movie. One is actually Billie Eilish, who actually Billie Eilish and her brother have the same last name as me, O'Connell. She was involved in the music. They were involved in the music for that film. However, one of the only noted dissenting reviews of that movie um, was from a guy named Sean O'Connell. And that's actually my dad's name. I don't mean to put him on blast, but that's my dad's name. And he said the most benign criticism, by the way, which was essentially that it feels like a movie that was made by this woman for her and her friends. Because at the very least, the Canadian Asian thing is like very niche, right? And I love that this Sean O'Connell guy was able to recognize the truth and reality here. Now, guess what? That review got pulled and that guy got fucking hated on, right? Fuck you, right? Racist. You're a racist, right? But I do think it's interesting that two people on completely two different sides are involved in that movie. You know what I mean? That share my last name. I was like, what the fuck? Like, especially with the dad thing, I'm like, yo, I love amazingly schizophrenia. Um, of course, there are a lot of people named Sean O'Connell. Um, my dad has even said that, but I mean, there are a lot of O'Connells, obviously. But I'm just like, what the heck? So weird. Um, Anyway, though, apparently even my friend and his brother were not that crazy. As his brother especially is pretty like he's like into this stuff too. Like and I guess they said it wasn't that bad. I'm sure it's not that bad. It is also properly rated PG for like suggestive elements and stuff like that. Also, there seems to be a weird focus on like Destiny Child's Bootylicious for some reason, which is again kind of weird. I don't know what it is with Disney and butts, and now it's not just animals, it's children. No, I'm just kidding. I hope not. Hope, pray to God not. That's not funny. I shouldn't even joke about that. But what is it? What did it like? What do y'all think this is, though? You know what I mean? It just seems to get worse and worse. Um, but what makes me happy though is seeing that a lot of people are like kind of waking up and not just accepting what these Holly weird freaks want to shove at us, you know? Because let's be clear, like it is a lot of perverts, you know. Um, I grew up watching Nickelodeon, and Nickelodeon is actually edgier than most. Like I'm not putting Nickelodeon, you know, on a pedestal. I'm not rushing either. I'm obviously you guys know about Dan Schneider, right? Very weird. Um, and I watched that stuff growing up. I liked Drake and Josh especially, and I even liked iCarly. But it started to get a little past my time as that show progressed. Oh no, yeah, I even liked Zoe 101. I liked Zoe 101. I liked all the Dan Schneider stuff. I liked the Amanda show. I was when I was very young. The Amanda show, all that. I think Dan Schneider was associated with all that. I mean, it's pretty much all their live action stuff, unfortunately. And then now look at Amanda Bynes. I mean, you could say it's just like, well, oh, she's whatever, right? But I don't know, very weird. And I mean, I even found something recently of him being like weird, like behind the scenes. It wasn't framed that way. I was just trying to watch the fucking Amanda show, like, you know, extras or something. And there's like some weird thing of like having her like suck on a water gun or something. I'm telling you guys, it's fucking weird. Okay. And you could say, oh, well, you're just like looking for that stuff now. It's just like, no, no. And again, even my friends, it's very sad, you know. But even they know about it. Like my friend, he loves horror movies. He's a Disney kid. Even he knows about this stuff. I mean, he just doesn't want to think that it's as bad as his brother does, for example. You know, it's like, but it basically is. He says, "You ever watch Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?" We had that in. That movie's kind of disturbing, right? It's like, why is that like a whole genre? You know, just like disturbing children's films. Like, fuck you. You know, we need to like really start our own media. You know, so what I keep saying is, we got to decentralize media. Um, just have all of it be as independent as possible, so as to curtail this like control that the major corporations have over these situations. Like, it just seems so clear to me that like yeah, it's like, so what Charles Carroll was saying earlier. It's just like so many filmmakers are just jacking off with each other, sending each other occult messages, basically. And like once you start seeing that stuff, you really don't go back. Like, I mean, like yeah, it's in music too, but like it's a lot harder to control in music. I notice. Um, in other words, there are a lot more genuinely good. Sorry, there's a lot more genuinely good music than there are genuinely good movies. Um, and I think what that comes down to is that so few movies are true blue independent films. You know what I mean? Um, it's literally like, I don't know. I don't even want to get too into that, right? But so watched that movie many, many, many times when I was a child. CJ's nearly 5 a.m. I know. I really am gonna have to stop streaming soon. Um, I woke up though at like 9 p.m. So it is just like I don't want to be. I want to at least be in bed a bit before seeing the fam in the morning. Man, though, what was I gonna say? I mean, it's so much to even try to like summarize, you know? we kind of keep finding out more truth and reality by the day. I mean, which is, it's in a way, it's scary, but it's also exciting. I mean, I think, I want to be optimistic about the future and about the possibilities of these things. And I even said in the chat earlier to Charles, I was like, I don't think the problem is with film necessarily. I think it's a problem with filmmakers, and more specifically, the companies that control them. And by extension, the entities that control them. How do you like that? So you don't call them corporate entities for nothing. The entities that they answer to. How do you like that? Um, I don't think it's all just some wacky coincidence. There's too much. There's too much evidence for this stuff that corroborates these sentiments, and these sentiments have only grown with time. Um, what do you think it's like trying to talk to even my parents about this stuff? And they're not even that old. Like there's like a disconnect. Um, even with talking with famous people, host Eric, which is funny because he's around the same age as my parents. Um, but even with him, it's like, yeah, you try to talk about this stuff and it's just kind of like, whatever, right? But like, it's really quite simple. Like, um, people just don't want to think that there's any controlling going on. But the fact is that it's literally proven that like the CIA has collaborated with um Hollywood like multiple times. Like there's documentation. I mean, obviously everyone knows about MK Ultra, but the other thing is ultimately that it's documented. Like the motion picture, as it's called, is basically an effect. They outright say it. Like the motion picture is like one of the most effective tools that we have found thus far for propaganda. And yes, it's no coincidence that whether it was in the Soviet Union or in Germany, that what exactly was it that they did to promote their agendas? Make films about them, pro, USSR films, pro Nazi films, like that's they understood the power of the motion picture, as does the CIA, and as does, of course, the American government. All governments, they know that it's like the most effective way to to further propaganda. And it's like ridiculous to me because people will be like, "Well, that's ridiculous," and blah blah blah, like, and I'll just be like, "Okay, but like, can you point to me like any like thing recent?" Like Jonathan, you said earlier how like films have gotten worse. Yes, they have gotten worse, but it's because of what I'm talking about. That's why. That's why they've gotten worse. There's like seemingly an active effort out there to not just add like these certain like slants and points of view to films, but to actually make them uglier and um just less good. Just the quality is worse. Like, and the thing that I go back and forth with this is like, okay, so why is that happening? Like, don't people still have like aspirations? Don't people still, you know what I mean? Like how is that possible, right? Well, the answer seems to be simple to me, and it's not something that I like, and it's not something that I don't think anyone will like, but it's that You get allowed to make movies. Okay? I mean, okay, yeah, you can make a movie on your own. You can cobble together a little student film, right? No harm, no foul, right? Because there's no influence there. But if you want to make like a true blue film, if you want to get financed, you have to like give in that in some way, you know? Um um yeah, the question is just like, is it worth it? And I would say absolutely not, because it all seems to lead to the same place. Fucking hell. No, I'm just kidding, but um what I really think though is that there just needs to be like, see, what I'm trying to say though is honestly a bit optimistic in a way, because what I'm saying is that I don't think it's that people have lost like their sense of like what is good um in life and art. It's just that we really are basically being controlled by corporations and government to like cater to these certain evil narratives, and all of the good all of the all of the people with the really good ideas are getting squeezed out, you know. Maybe we can chat about this later on. Yeah, I know it is like about that time to wrap it up, but I mean, you caught me at the perfect time, Jonathan, because I was just like, literally on Charles Carroll's stream earlier, and he was talking about how like film is like a lesser art and stuff like that. And it's like that's why he says this stuff, you know. Funny enough, though, he actually likes Wes Anderson. Isn't that amazing? Um, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is a sense out there. Like, I see enough on a daily basis where I'm like, okay, people still know like what is good, but there are two things happening. One thing is there is sadly, seemingly, an effort to control these narratives. I'm not claiming to know exactly how it works or whatever, but there is an effort of some kind of control here, right? That's the first part. That's the first problem. The second problem is is in essence the classic. I know all of this is very classic, but it's the willingness to be controlled, isn't it? Amazing. Because um, if you want to use the Matrix analogy, which like I don't really like because that stuff is kind of satanic and transhuman, of course, but it's still accurate to say, well, it references back to like Plato's The Cave and of course the Bible, right? Like I said, just like everything good, and of course it's its own like ridiculous take on with simulation theory. Simulation theory is evil. Um, it's just and it's dumb. But it's so I'm gonna say simulation theory is dumb and evil, but um okay, it's like people taking the blue pill rather than the red pill on the situation, you know. It's like, no, I like my Disney, I like my cartoons, yeah, yeah, give me more. um that's the blue pill, right? And then there's the red pill of like, maybe there's a lot of like power and control going on. Like, why would there not be? Like, some of y'all's be wearing rose colored glasses, you know? It's like, I don't know why people think that for some reason, like, oh yeah, like corporations and government are bad, but oh, these people in Hollywood, like, they're great. I mean, I guess everyone knows that, like, Hollywood's bad, but like, and to an extent evil, but people don't consider it enough. Like the media, right? Like people don't want to think that they're like precious, TV shows or whatever are like, you know, engineered or whatever, when it's like that is what it is, you know? Like I mean at the very very least, it's it's the points of view of like a concentrated number of people, like, right? So you have like a writing and production staff, right? Um and of course, I mean you could say the actors, but they basically are just signing on to get work. I mean, yeah, a lot of time it's very important. Obviously, it's incredibly important, but you know, the fact of the matter is that they're not so much the ones that are engineering the situation. They're more like they're actors. You know, they're helping bring the vision to fruition, right? So anyway, what I'm saying is like at the very very least, you get the concentrated visions of a select few people, right? That's what happens when you watch a lot of movies, and it's especially what happens when you watch TV shows. I don't even really watch TV shows, you know. Um, I mean, some people are like, "Why? They're long form and it's amazing." Like, there really aren't that many good shows, you know. Yeah, Jonathan, I've thought about the purple pill before, but the black pill, that's a real thing. The black pill and the white pill. The black pill is negativity, and the white pill is positivity. Um, as far as the film situation goes, you might say, okay, I don't think it's black pilled. Like, I don't think that like what I'm saying is black pilled, but some people could see it that way, you know. Um, I think that what I'm saying is actually fairly white pilled because what I'm striving towards, in a sense, is a better future for humanity. I mean, at its most lofty, that's basically what I'm talking about here, you know. Um, and like you know, again, it's like it really is part of the same thing because like as humans, it's like we look to art to inspire us at the again at the very least, right? And if there's no art around, or if let's say, or if there's relatively little art around that people are being inspired by, then art is failing, and then therefore we are failing. The question isn't so much why. I mean, sorry. The question. I don't know. I guess the question kind of is why. It's not so much. I guess it's kind of like the question is not so much how. The question is why. And I mean, my answer is maybe a little overly simple, but I think but I think true in that but that it basically is pretty simple. It's that you know there are a lot of people, especially those in power, who are oriented towards evil rather than good. You know, and as they say, of course, money is the root of all evil. I mean, you know, I'm not. I'm just spelling out what you know I think everyone kind of knows. Like, but I feel like I'm pointing out things that like everyone basically knows, but that it kind of feels like we would rather not know so as to stay comfortable, you know? And I mean, it's just kind of like I've been an art lover, so to speak, since I was as young as as I can remember. And um I really have watched the quality of you can literally like trace the decline of quality like as the years go on. Um especially I notice it mostly in film. That shouldn't be happening. Like if it's so good that like we have all this technology, we have all of this like whatever, yay, yay, improvements, we're improving, right? Well then why is the art so terrible? Well, there could be only two reasons. Either we as a people have lost our will towards what is good, or the people in control are basically evil. And I think it's the latter. I don't think that. I mean, yeah, maybe it's not just a very simple either or like case, but like the point still stands, and it's like and again, it's like everyone already kind of knows that, right? It's like, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like, what do you think happens when you have like fucking five companies like controlling the media, right? You get total like homogenization. You get total fucking no quality because it's all centralized. That's why we need to decentralize the media. And I'll tell you one thing else too, by the way, that people don't like is the thing about so-called alternative media, right? Um, I would wager it's mostly the people that are again uncomfortable with these notions too, that they um sneer at the I don't know, at the thought of this, and they will be ironically they will act like Trump and call it fake news, right? They say, no, well, that's the real fake news, right? Isn't that hilarious? Isn't that amazing how fucking brainwashed everyone is? No, I'm just kidding, but for real, like, it's like fucking, no, that's the real fake news. What an odd thing to say, right? Trustworthy sources, right? What do you mean trustworthy sources? Do you know the people who work at the New York Times personally, right? Um, no, you don't. But you heard from someone at some point that the New York Times is really accredited, journalism, hashtag journalism, right? Just like, um, bruh, like everything, it's like, no, everything is an opinion piece now, you know? And it's just it just took this recent era for people to realize it. These are growing pains, okay? It's growing pains. I'm not saying that everything, clearly everything right now is not perfect, but it is a striving towards a kind of perfection. And but that perfection, that is not something that is transhumanistic. It is humanistic at its core, It's like we're not going to transcend by literally becoming transhuman and melding with the robots. It's like we're going to transcend by becoming, you know like basically spiritually in tune, or like being the best morally that we can be. And I think a lot of people are like starting to realize that, but there are still enough people, like it's kind of like we're just at a very weird like point right now, um like all right, peace out, Jonathan. Yeah, I know. It is. I do have to get up in like 4 hours. So annoying. Oliver says, but I want a robo dick. Frown. That's funny. Um, no, like I'm just preaching right now, I guess. No pun intended, but it's just kind of like, um, that's where something like it's this thing of like the pendulum swing too, of like why we have like all this like push for like diversity and stuff, um especially in film, by the way. um it's like it comes from like a place that is understandable, um but it doesn't have to be like at the cost of everything else, you know what I mean? Like that's just ridiculous, you know so I guess I'm hoping that in the future it will even out, and that will come with that's going to happen like morally as well, you know. But in some sense, it can only come morally. Like there's really no other way around it. You can become a robot and abdicate yourself of like responsibility, but that's just kind of evil. That's kind of missing the point of life, I think, in some regards, right? It's like no, you try to be better and you try to be good. Like it's the striving. Like it's the choice to do good. Literally in like a Clockwork Orange, you know? And it's no coincidence that it's the priest who stands up for him and says like, but the boy has no choice, right? Because even though he's evil, well, he has the choice. I mean, it's bad, it's evil, but you know, do we want the government to step in and like, you know, perform these crude treatments on people that don't even really work, like in a Clockwork Orange? Like, no. And that's where you have scientists playing God, literally. And that's basically what a Clockwork Orange is about, you know? It's like, and that's where the title comes from, by the way. Clockwork Orange. It's like it's putting something artificial into something natural, you know? The orange is natural and the clockwork is artificial, you know? And that's what's going on, like, as we speak. Like, the push for artificial intelligence and, like, you know, like living in that world, living in a virtual world, you know? Um, and in some ways, I honestly think a lot of that, it's like the same thing as saying like, oh, we just need to like go to Mars, you know? Um, it's like, fuck you. How about we take care of our planet? How about we take care of planet Earth? You know, how about we take care of humanity? Everyone really wants to just like throw in the towel, right? It's like, fuck you. You know? Fuck it, you guys. Let's just all become robots. Then we won't have to deal with this shit. We'll become robots who live on Mars. Robot Martians. That's the way to solve our problems. It's like, anyway, I mean, how does one even pretend to have all the answers about this stuff? I do wager, though, surprisingly enough, that there is something to be said for a kind of centrist, moderate take on these things. You know, I don't think it ought to be politicized, especially not in some, you know, archaic left-right dichotomy. You know, it's ridiculous. I mean, these problems affect us all. Um, but just to not get sidetracked here and wrap up this conversation, and I'm probably going to stop streaming in a few minutes. But like, the morality of the situation, right? Um, Even something like that can be as simply explained as, for example, in film, right? The switch from analog to digital. How funny is that, right? And that it actually is analogous, you know, that it actually has made film worse. It's first of all, it's made film not so much film. It's made film movies, right? The moving pictures, which funny enough, some people even say moving pictures. Charles talked about it earlier. It's like moving pictures are evil. I mean, not necessarily, but kinda. Animation, like animated in the. I was actually just thinking about that earlier. Animal, anima, shadow, animation, shadow, anime. However you want to put it, I don't know. Um, I mean, that's just what anyone does. It's like the point of the artist, though. That's again what I always come back to is just the moral responsibility of artists, and it really is going to become increasingly imperative. I think from here on out, basically, for artists to take that moral responsibility seriously, um, and not just do what is easy. I mean, true artists stand, you know, they're in essence, so in some ways, like I mean, I don't like this term that much because I think it belittles the point of view a little bit. But basically, they're contrarians, or at the very least, um, like pioneers, you know, the best of the best. That is, um, and there's just absolutely nothing, pioneering about um, you know, digital filmmaking with a ton of fake diversity and occult references and evil. You know what I mean? It's like that is just like how you make money, basically, which is fucked. And it's but it's so true, isn't it? And that's why people they make the easy decision because like, ain't nobody got time to make a good film. Like, what do you think I'm fucking? What do you think I'm fucking? Who even makes good films? No, but like someone that people know, right? The thing is that people don't really know the big ones all suck. It's like Steven Spielberg kind of sucks. Like he has like some decent movies. He kind of sucks. Um, yeah, Wes Anderson is amazing. But yeah, people just see that. Oh man, I don't have. Whoa, I could never do that. It's like, well, why? Why not strive towards? It doesn't have to be perfection. It should just be goodness. Literally, just strive towards goodness. Like that should be your incentive as an artist. You know. I mean, as a person too. But they're both the same. It's just this thing. It's really ridiculous. People think that it's like so different, and it's not. You know. Like your make no mistake. Like your morality as a person dictates your morality as an artist. Almost always. You know. Almost always. Um. People just have everything so fucked up. It really does wind up being this cliche thing though of like people need to wake up, you know? But it's true because it's the only way that anything is going to get solved. Um what else was I going to say? Like um I mean basically just quality speaks for itself, you know? There don't really it's almost like wordless, you know? A lot of the stuff that I'm talking about is stuff that doesn't necessarily need to be explained with words, but in another way, I guess it does because I don't really see anyone except like a select few, discussing these things, and it's like it's pretty fringe stuff, um, or at least people pretend that it's fringe, and they make some kind of bizarre effort to like keep it that way, right? Um, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think that it's good to like overthink or overanalyze. I definitely am guilty of doing that, and it hasn't helped me much, right? But there is a certain element of love of just truth and reality to just assess these things and to realize, everyone I think has that inherent sense. And as someone like myself who's just always been an art lover, I just am particularly in tune to it. But I do think that all of it is very spiritual, and moral. Um, there are a lot of things where it's just like, okay, I just don't like that very much aesthetically, right? And that can that can really knock a piece of art back, right? But if you like the piece, at the very least, morally, then I mean, in some sense, that's as good as good gets. Well, if it's good, that is. If it's really good. Um, but it is definitely spiritual too, and religious to an extent. The problem is kind of like what Charles was saying earlier in his stream. Someone referenced Twin Peaks, funny enough, David Lynch, Twin Peaks, and he's just saying so many filmmakers. The problem is just that so many filmmakers are part of the Black Lodge as opposed to the White Lodge, and that basically in not only is that fittingly a Masonic reference, by the way, like, and the show is very explicitly. That's one of the many reasons why people be like, oh, like, haha, I don't get it, haha, quirky. It's like, it's actually not. It's just crypto Masonic and occultist. Nah, but seriously, like, I mean, literally. Um, but I'm annoyed because I seem to be having connection issues, but it should be fine. Anyway, it's true though what he's saying. Like, what they were saying, it was one person in the chat and Charles. It's like, yeah, too few of these filmmakers are part of the Black Lodge as opposed to the White Lodge. And in other words, they're succumbing to evil rather than aspiring towards good. And I mean, I think we're really going to see that going forward. Like, it's the true pioneers that will be striving towards good. You know, it's like, yes, it's in art and it's in life, but there's a direct correlation here, and I think people are bothered by that. Like, I think people think that art is supposed to be like fun and not work, but it is work. Everything is work, even fun. Although work can be fun, you know? You can make your work fun just like you can make your fun work. But, primarily if it's something that you're trying to make a living off of, or especially something to be good at, you make something like art, right? Like, it's in the fucking name. It's art. It's a craft. You are literally crafting something, and it is all related, you know? Um if you apply what is basically the best way of doing it, which is, if you apply a like a working class sensibility to being an artist, that's probably the ticket to not only the most genuine art, but also the best art. Um, and that's why we got to decentralize the media. You know what I mean? It's because it's an odd instance where a certain element of unpredictability is actually good, you know? Because theoretically, knock on wood, by decentralizing the media, you have way less people subscribing to the same evil narratives, and you actually have a lot of goodness coming through. But yeah, I notice it way more in film than I do in music. And if it's in music, it's almost always like again, just the really mainstream people. They're the ones that are doing all the, there's like fucking holding up triangles to their eyes and fucking, you know, talking about, whatever, polytheism, polyamory, and like polytheism, and be whatever you want to be, and like self expression is like the most important thing. Like that's just they all that's all that it is, you know. Um, I mean, there's also, but then there's on the other side, there's just the freaks, but at least they're like brazen freaks in some regard, right? Um, but nowadays it's changed, man. It's like it's the freaks are running the show. It's the freak show, you know. And it's not really supposed to be like that, to be honest. You know, I mean, like I'm just saying there does have to be room for all kinds of expression in a free world, right? But in order for it to be a good world, there needs to be a common aiming towards goodness, you know? Um, this kind of mutual understanding, like, that seems to be implicit, right? But that for many, apparently, it needs to be made explicit, um, because I don't know, they're out of touch with truth and reality. I don't know. I'm just kidding, but I don't know. It's maybe just that they might not even care as much. I mean, like, but I don't know if I know a single person who like knows about this stuff and like chooses to just like not care. Um, it's just like it's mostly people that don't know about this stuff that don't care, you know? Um, I mean, some people do know and they willingly turn a blind eye, no pun intended. But like most of the time I think that when people are made aware about this stuff, they tend to see it more than more often than not. And it's like yes, obviously there might be more logical explanations for stuff, um or however you want to neatly file it away, right? But the truth is out there, right? No, but seriously, it is like in a sense, right? This truth in reality. Like but it's too bad that I might be the only person here right now. I guess it kind of makes sense though since it's almost 6 a.m. and I need to get up for Easter. I guess that's what everyone's probably kind of doing, which is amazing by the way, right? Happy Easter everyone. Um yeah, I'm soapboxing. I think the thing is that just bums me out mostly is just it is about artists, but like especially filmmakers, for some reason. It seems like they all almost that so many of them like just subscribe to this like one fucking like evil playbook. I don't know. It's very sad. Um 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 and that it's gotten like homogenized over the years. Like it's definitely gotten worse. Um there's just there's too much to even. Oh, nice. What's up, Boba Fett? For some reason, you weren't showing up in. Oh well, now you're showing up in the participants. Well, I am gonna stop streaming in a few minutes, but um, you get the point. It's just like I just don't want people to misunderstand what I'm saying, like because it's like I'm not trying to like fearmonger or to like um even to like preach anything. Um, I'm just sort of like saying what I see and what a lot of people see. Um, but that isn't given the coverage or the like the credence, you might say, right? Which I think, funny enough, is kind of like a religious word. Um, just it's by the you know um by the mainstream narrative, if you want to call it that. But it is starting to uh knock on wood. I think we're getting there. You know, hopefully moving in some kind of positive direction in this regard. But it's just there are just still tons of people who are just simply not willing to accept this amazing truth and reality that basically all of these entities, no pun intended, right? They're all collaborating. You know what I mean? Like, and it is literally a conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? Um, but even if you wanted to take the spirituality out of it, right, you would still wind up with the same thing. So just consider that. Um, it's ridiculous. Um, anyway, let's look at this amazing cherry blossom. Whoa! Cherry blossom girl. Yeah, that's right. Julia here is my cherry blossom girl. So good. Amazing truth and reality. Right though. It's just like my I just say it all comes back to the same thing. Decentralized media. You know, something like YouTube, even, right? Like, for all of its associations with Google, and of course, knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it, but um, there is like a lot of freedom and potential, like amazing potential with YouTube. Um, and any sites like it, you know, provided that it doesn't become co-opted and corrupted, right? Just like anything else. Um, the point is that the only way that you can prevent that kind of co-option and corruption is to, for example, make more video sharing sites, right? Make more, um, and just make more art. There needs to be this striving towards goodness that it's not going to get done by itself, you know? Um, there need to be enough people who care to make it happen. Otherwise, we're just fucking just letting the evil happen. It's like, We need to make the good happen. And I'm speaking for myself too. Like, it's not enough just to talk about this stuff. You have to actually. It's not enough to just talk the talk about this stuff. You have to actually walk the walk about this stuff. But anyway, I'm still figuring it out. And even since I've only been streaming for like a few months now, and you guys have basically heard all of this before. But now is just a good time to get a little bit on a roll about it because talking about movies and stuff, and like I said in the Charles Carroll stream earlier, this stuff was coming up, and I don't know, man, it just had me all thinking about film and filmmakers and like why it is that things are the way they are now, why films have gotten worse, why all of it is, and it's literally all related to the same like trajectory that kind of that we've been on for a long time now. It's just I think that over the last 10 years or so, it's really um, accelerated in a way. And I do think that I hate to say it, but I do think that the election of Donald Trump had side effects. I think it polarized people um, to the point where some people were made hysterical by in anti-Trumpism. That's what they call like Trump derangement syndrome. Um, and then some people were made, in some sense, maybe fanatical about him. Um, and then, of course, you have the few reasonable people like myself who are basically in the middle. Um, um, because it's perfectly fitting on Easter Sunday. But hey, if unless it, I highly doubt that he is the second coming of Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? I mean, and there's a lot of people who genuinely think that. Um, but I would just say I don't think so. And there's only one true Jesus Christ. Um, okay. But was Trump anti-establishment? Sure. Was he anti-elitist? Sure. Um, you know, he was a step in the right direction in that regard, but he was, after all, a businessman. Reality TV star turned politician turned president. Well, turned politician and eventually president. And I didn't think that he was gonna win. I don't think anyone really did, but he did. And it just sort of like showed like the new era that we're in. And it's kind of like what David Lynch said, even though he had to fucking soften his words, where he said he disrupted the whole process and showed the government to be the true clowns that they really are. And people talk about clown world and stuff. Well, it's true. Like that stuff is going on. And all that Trump did was highlight exactly what is going on, you know? Um, and I think it's all kind of part of the same thing. Like, um, the thing that always baffled me about people's aversions to Trump from the very beginning was like not necessarily a pro-Trump or anti-Trump position. It was again more of a centrist opinion, which for me was kind of something like, well, why is anyone surprised? You know what I mean? It's like why is everyone acting? Why does it seem like everyone is acting surprised? You know? that America, right, has fallen so far. It's like, no, America is has been like this. It's just that Trump actually outlined a blunt caricature of it that people did not respond well to. But it didn't mean that there wasn't amazing truth and reality present. Not at all, right? So then what did we do? We took the safe route. The Dems did, that is, right? Took the safe route and just fucking elected Biden, because it's like, well, the Obama era was good, so let's get this guy in. He was the vice president, yeah. Meanwhile, he's literally a senile old man who with like who used to be sharp and actually pretty funny, and is now like completely seemingly emotionless and really without any distinguishable personality, right? It's like, good lord. I mean, at least Trump had personality. At least Obama had personality. A lot of people want to hate on Obama, but man, I mean, those were. I mean, I was younger. Those were the good old days, to be honest. I mean, there was a lot of people. Oh, he was doing drone strikes, and there was all sorts of. He knew about this and that, and and then of course he's a socialist and a communist and whatever. It's like, okay, you know what though. Honestly though, he was, at the very least, he was diplomatic, and it actually, and I'm gonna be honest with you, as an American, at least in my little ivory tower here in like Massachusetts, it genuinely felt like there was some kind of, it felt like we were in the right territory. Um, there are a lot of people who are probably going to scoff and cringe at me saying that, but I think that there was a genuine, we were in the, um, there was positivity happening. Um, Now, what is interesting is that soon before, I mean, I don't want to get too into this, but basically, all of the shootings and killings and stuff like that, that stuff all happened under his watch. Um, okay. I'm not disputing that. Um, but first of all, yeah, it's like stuff got pretty bad around then, yeah, but honestly though, like shootings and killings have been happening under every president. It doesn't make that the president's fault. And in any case, I don't even care about the whole thing. The whole thing is like, the president is just a figurehead. You know what I mean? Um, it. But what I'm saying is that it did have, my dad agrees about this too. Like, it's not really about the politics of the situation. It was about the general feeling, the general sense of seemingly positivity in the air during the Obama era. Um, and so I don't know. There's a lot of people who might disagree with me, and I welcome that disagreement. Because it very much might be a kind of myopic thing from my point of view. Like, but oh yeah, I mean, it's like, was there already division brewing under the surface and stuff? Sure, but it was kind of kept. It was kind of kept to a civil discourse, and mostly, the social justice stuff, right, that was like a young person's game, as it always is, right? Like, you think back to hippies in the 60s and stuff. It's like, well, who are a lot of these people? They're young people who, right? And who are these people who are, commies and Marxists and whatever? It's like, they're young people, like, obviously, right? And that, I feel like, remained very true. And by the way, the Occupy Wall Street thing, I was just talking about this. That was much more in the ballpark of what needed to be going on, and that was under Obama. Okay, there was amazing truth and reality going on there. I don't think it was necessarily the right way to go about it, but it was absolutely true. We were more on the mark then. Um, you know what I mean? Um, Now people are just like brazenly like murdering police officers. No, I'm just kidding, but it's like the thing is that cops do work for the government and the state, but they do represent a certain morality, and I don't think that it's any coincidence that, people want to like take down the law and they want to stop justice, because again, it's all part of the same thing, like good and evil, like kind of just like um, the chaos, you know what I mean? Of course, right? Right. Um, Now, I mean, look, I do think something like so-called community policing, like in theory, that's probably a better idea. There's something to be said about honestly, like again, like back to the individual, right? Like taking that moral responsibility on rather than just saying, oh, well, let the cops handle it, right? Um, I think funny enough, Sam Hyde actually put it pretty well once when he said, cops are just um like a luxury service that we have. You know what I mean? And that obviously is like a bold statement, but I get what he's saying. It's like it's a service, right? Um, at its most basic, right? At its most basic, the cops are a service to help enforce, help make sure. I don't even want to say that. I'd almost rather say to help stop evil. You know, um, to to help stop evil and to help create good. Um, Now, unfortunately, because cops are human beings, and worst of all, basically work for the government, um, a lot of them do wind up being evil. You know, um, but it's not like it's not because they um, it's obviously a complicated, it's obviously a difficult issue, but basically, like, let's just say a lot of people, get involved in the police because they want to do some good in like a tangible way. Like most of the time, like I maybe not most of the time, but pretty much. I mean, depending on your view of humanity, I guess, and I try to be slightly optimistic, I guess. I mean, I think most people become police officers because they want to do something to like service their community for the good, you know? Um, stopping crime, for example. Stopping crime, like, I mean, yeah, obviously it depends. Like, there are so many levels to this stuff that I don't even want to get into it right now. We can talk about this next time, okay? But just bear with me, like, if for anyone watching who's just like, what, like, you know, um, fuck the police. I mean, for one, do you know how boring of a statement that is? Like, people have been saying that forever, dude. Like, and but it's all for the same reasons. It's not the police that you have a problem with, it's evil, okay? Right? It's not the police you have a problem with, it's corruption. It's it's and any of the shit, you see, and you see it in movies and stuff, right, where the cops and the robbers are actually the same, right? It's like, yeah, that's true, but it's because they're evil, right? Like, um the criminal, like, right? I'm just making like a stupid example, but there are levels to that type to crime. But let's be consistent here. There are levels to cops too. And I don't even know if I want to. I don't like the police thing is difficult because again, they work for the government, but if you want to put it like heroes and villains, it really is a little bit like that though. Um, there's the people out there, I mean, anyway, the cops and robbers thing, right? It's it's some simplistic truth in reality, just to cover the surface here. Um I just don't think it's any coincidence that anyway, the Obama era, right? I mean, we still had there was like respect there for like it's I know I sound like a total idealist right now, but first of all, we felt like we solved racism, right? Cuz he was our first black president and he wasn't even like super black, so to speak. Like, it just looked kind of mixed to me or something. That's all. That's basically all I'm saying. Is like I always thought he looked kind of mixed or something. Anyway, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But regardless, he was, our first black. His first. Oh, okay, his mom wasn't black. Exactly. Okay, thank you, Boba Fett. Right. So he is technically mixed. Right. Okay. So first of all, right, that whole thing was like very overplayed. But there still was a feeling, okay, of I think of like a sort of camaraderie that was going on where it was just kind of like, wow, guys, we really made it. You know what I mean? Like racism is basically over, right? And honestly, for a minute there, I it felt like that was the truth and reality of the situation. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna be a total idealist and say it made everything. It absolutely changed everything for the better, but you didn't hear about this shit. You know what I mean? It wasn't until after a little while when, unfortunately, I mean, I guess you could say, well, Obama, he didn't live up to what he represented, to the good that he represented, so to speak. And we can talk about that too. But the general sentiment of the era was much more positive. Um, it was like, and basically there was still like a sense of like what we ought to do. Like, you know, um, it's like, no, we're not killing cops, but we're not storming the Capitol either. You know what I mean? We're not killing government workers either. Like, there are levels to this stuff. Like, everyone. It felt like it was more about like good and evil, in the sense that it wasn't so black and white. Ironically, right? Like, it wasn't this insanity, right? That like started happening in the Trump era. Like, people were like so disillusioned, and note that word, right? Disillusioned, right? Disillusioned, right? The curtain, the Wizard of Oz curtain, dropped. And it was like, my goodness, this guy can become president. Yes, this guy, right? And some people became hysterical and some people became fanatical. Um, you have your hardcore Trump haters and your hardcore Trump lovers. Um, I think most sensible people would be willing to um, rest somewhere in the middle on the matter, even if they don't like his quote unquote attitude, you know? Um, because it's not like I was ever that big of a fan of his attitude either. But I thought he was very funny, and I liked the stances that he struck. Um, I liked how blunt he was. I liked how uncompromising he seemed to be. You know, um, there's a lot I could say about that, but yeah, basically, I meant to say I liked how fiercely uncompromising he was. Um, yeah, and again, there's a lot. I meant to say there's a lot I can say about that, but like the point being that but that basically though you would have to be blind though to not say that that was like kind of the beginning of the end, so to speak. I mean, no pun intended, and I don't think it's negative. I think it marked a transition period. And I think what was being realized, I think the thing that sort of drove everyone into a sort of uh, state of disillusionment was the very fact that, you know, at least for America, right? Like this idea that a guy like Donald Trump can become our leader in some sense, right? Become the face of our nation and our leader, right? Um, because you can say president all day long, right? Till you're blue in the face, right? Just like hashtag not my president and everything. It's like, okay, well, he kind of is. But also, it's just like, but let's be clear about it. People just did not like him representing our nation as a figurehead and as being, um, you know, what was the other word? Face of the nation and well, it's just symbolic or whatever, right? Um, but again, it's like, what do people think this country is? I don't know. Anyway, I just was thinking like, it's like you get what you deserve, and if you think that that's um you can take that in a bad way or a good way. Um but anyway, that I think it unmasked the tribalism, you know? Look into tribalism, okay? We are not that evolved. It and this is my main point here, like for all of the talk about race and Barack Obama's black and like whatever, it's like who fucking cares compared to like the last 10 years, you know what I mean? Where it's been fucking nonstop fucking race, sex, gender, fucking politics, you know? I didn't, I, it might have, it kind of worked out in terms of like age, but I didn't care at all about politics until Trump became president because for all intents and purposes, I didn't feel like I had to. I mean, for one, I was basically I was a teenager. Um, um, and by the time Trump was elected, I was an adult. But now that Biden is president, like it is just so clear that like for better or worse, Trump was part of something that disillusioned everyone and like just the fucking not like just the it's so ridiculous that you know just like electing Biden is literally it's like trying to bandage up what was already done. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like trying to like put taping it back together, right? Into something, and it's just like, bro, you all you did was like put duct tape around it, like that's just it's still fucked up. And it's like, no, but see, like it kind of holds together, and no, 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 no. And then fucking COVID happens, right? And it's like what a fucking mess. I'm not even gonna get into that. That's too much to even get into right now. But you know, I don't even know, man. It just feels like everything's got so radicalized, like post Obama, like there was still it's like it's all this stuff has like always been around, right? Um, but it didn't get as extreme as it did until the Trump era, you know. Um, Probably because it was such a stark contrast. In some ways, I think people maybe weren't so ready to go from from what you might call a I don't know, like it was just a stark contrast from like chill to like seemingly unchill, you know. Um, I don't I'm not That's just all very interesting though, because for as unchill as Trump was, he wasn't as much. He didn't seem to be as much of a pawn. So there are. It's a give and take, but regardless, it was very like harsh contrast, and I don't think people were necessarily ready for that. But it happened. I'm just saying you don't make it unhappen by electing Biden. You know what I mean? Why am I fucking buffering? I'm not getting data. It's not sending. Like, I'm telling you, fucking CIA glowies are fucking up my stream. Come on, man. At Joe Biden voice. The fuck? It says it's buffering. My connection is good. Anyway, Boba Fett says Obama used his black privilege. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It wasn't free of this stuff. It just felt so much less unhinged. You know what I mean? You know, nowadays people are just like screaming on the streets, right? And raising up black fists and fucking, we aren't taking any shit. We're gonna fuck you up, right? It's like, whoa, we were not at all in that mindset. I didn't see it, right? I mean, I didn't, I just, I guess I like I said, I don't know. Massachusetts, Ivory Tower, like, I don't know. I guess I really just didn't see it. But bro, like, I legit thought racism was over. Like, like, cause, like, dude, I never saw racism. Shit, man, I saw more sexism maybe than racism. You know what I mean? But that shit was just not real for me. Like, I don't mean for me like it didn't happen to me, because obviously it didn't happen to me. I'm lucky. Hashtag white privilege, etc. But I'm talking about, like, I went to school with plenty of black people. You know, I went to school with plenty of ethnic people, right? Whatever, however you want to describe it, and everyone had a fair shot. No one was really discriminated against. Okay, and if you were bullied, like, yeah, there is evil in that. Okay, um, but that's not ever what was happening. And then, like, suddenly Trump became elected. And people like to say, oh, well, it's because the racists they came out of the woodwork, and then yeah, okay, maybe so, maybe they felt emboldened. That was like that's the big word that everyone was using. You know, I don't even know if I'd ever heard that word before until I started hearing it in that context. You know, even my own dad was, these racists have just been emboldened by Trump and everything. I was like, oh my god. You know, it's like there might be some amazing truth and reality to that, but the point is that, you know, those people are fucking evil too, and they don't understand striving towards good. You know, um, that's why you just have to be discerning about Trump. You know, it's just like, don't drink the Kool-Aid. You know, it's like there is good to be, um what do you call it, like, gathered from. There is good to be gathered from Trump. It's just people don't look at it the way we're still reeling from the Trump years. No, I'm just kidding. But, like, we're still like, again, this bizarre backswing, right? Like, oh, we get Biden, put him in, because he was already, dude. I remember me and my friend, we were like joking about the idea of Joe Biden being president like years ago, and then it actually happened. Um, um, okay, good, Boba Fett. Yeah, it just said like error again, and it's just fucking being slow. Hopefully, it's fine. Oh, I mean, look, honestly though, you know, when you walk outside, like for me, I've noticed, like knock on wood, like when I actually like go out and I see people and stuff, like I'm like, oh, everything's basically fine. Like we're all kind of just fucking figuring stuff out. Everyone's just trying to kind of be nice and deal with life here. Um, um, it's just when you get into the big entities like corporations and government, like yeah, you have a problem. Like you have organized bodies of people who are all about power and control. Like, um, but yeah, no, everyday people, it's a different situation. And people are surprisingly nuanced, you know? I mean, I would say not it's not surprising, but to some people, I guess it's surprising cuz we just have all these ideologues, right? And they function in the again, this archaic left-right dichotomy, and it's nonsense. Again, it's another way of just like polarizing people, right? Like either you're with us or you're against us, like um I mean, yeah, I got to try to sleep for a little while. This is good stuff though. A decidedly serious stream tonight. Um, good though, right? Anyway, though, I mean, I did kind of just want to like put a cap on it real quick, like the just the notion here. Doubt he'll run again, or who knows? Talking about Trump, yeah. I mean, it's I mean, I really have no idea. Um, oh, right though. I mean, I do think. I mean, I forget. I think I was gonna say something else, but either way, forgot. I was also going to say how actually though Trump opened up the possibilities, you know? Um it's like all this stuff. Like people want to be like, "Oh, like when social media." Like first of all, log off, right? First of all, if you're so worried about social media, don't get social media. Um okay? But if you're going to use social media, go on something like YouTube, like um share it. People ought to share their points of view, and they need to do it more. Um and don't just succumb to the fucking hive mind mentality. Um it's so crazy though when you see how many people they have the free will, right? And they just do what the current thing is. I'm sure you guys have seen that meme of like I support the current thing, and it's like an NPC like wearing a mask and wearing there's a rainbow flag, and then there's a Ukraine flag, and then there's a frickin' uh you know uh whatever else, Black Lives Matter flag, right? And yeah, the new it's there's gonna be something all the time. Don't be so quick to fucking just go with the hive mind. Again, back to my mainstream thing. Like it is a lot deeper than just be it's not about being like pretentious or something. It's really that actually like a lot of mainstream stuff is evil, and that's why it's mainstream, you know? Otherwise it wouldn't be mainstream. Otherwise it wouldn't be allowed, you know? Like it especially I mean it basically it especially wouldn't be allowed to be popular, you know? Um I've been emboldened in that way because I always kind of knew this. but it's only been confirmed over time, like how that really works. Yes, there are things here and there, especially things that are like archetypally good. Um, Boba Fett says, "World's full of normies." Indeed. Um, it's like what was the last thing I was saying? Yeah, people just go with what the current thing is, normies, etc. Um, I'm just that's not so much important. It's just important to remember like your freedom in the situation. Like right, it's like, oh, social media, they're plugging us into the matrix. Okay, so then don't plug into the matrix. Like we all ought to fucking not do that. Like, you know, it's such a waste of time to just be like pessimistic and like nihilistic. Fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna fucking jack off and fucking scroll through Instagram or whatever. I don't know, and then just like it's like, yeah, you could do that, or you could try to do some good in the world and like maybe inspire other people towards good. Um, I mean, could you imagine if everyone did that? That would be. It's like that's what would really be utopia. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be communistic or anything like that. It would just be a utopia because everyone would have both good intentions and good actions that line up. You know. Amazing truth and reality. It's like buffering. Yeah, well, if it says buffering, so annoying, dude. Um, yes, but yeah, but the amount of people though that just like go with it and they don't fucking pay any mind to the narratives, like it's like I don't know what people think they're gaining. I guess it's a sense of comfort in a way. I mean, I get it, but I have to push myself out of my comfort zone in a lot of ways. Um, and granted, a lot of people's priorities are most people are basically focused on like the day to day, right? So they're trying to provide they're basically trying to provide for themselves and their family, you know? And that makes sense, but people will also use that as an excuse to not like care about the bigger picture here, right? Um Granted, it's a better those are better reasons to not care about the bigger picture than some fucking stupid, like social justice thing. Um, it's just it's just facts though that like most people, quote unquote, don't have time, right, to like, you know, at the very least, like musing about art and stuff, and morality and everything. Um, like I get it, but it's like you don't have to be like a fucking philosopher to do it, and a lot of people do this stuff without without thinking. It's not it does, it's the kind of thing that it again, like I'm saying, it doesn't really have to be explained or anything, but it just seems that it just seems like it needs to be for some people. I don't know, but I mean, we're all figuring stuff out together now. But when the but it's just like the people have a choice here. You know what I mean? Like about the cops no mo. We worried about COVID, and then when fucking there's a war going on in Ukraine, all the way across the fucking other on the other side of the world. By the way, then that starts going on, and no one gives a fuck about COVID anymore. It's all about the war in Ukraine. Like, isn't that interesting, right? I mean, it's not like it's. I'm not saying it's necessarily a conspiracy or anything, because it's you can easily explain like, well, of course, the current thing is gonna get the most attention, right? And that's just like human behavior, but it's silly human behavior, isn't it? Kind of like, I mean, I remember like when I was young, we were talking about Coney, stop Coney, and then that became like a joke. The guy was like jerking off in San Francisco and like the whole 9 yards, right? And ultimately, and this was for like a very noble cause. It's like African dictator with like child soldiers. It's absolutely horrible. Um, but the organization, and they were like shadowy with their statistics. They were fucking, you had this guy, and ultimately they didn't stop Coney. It's like, and ultimately current thing then, and like it just has kind of been a different version of that ever since then. You know, that meme of like I support the current thing. Funny enough that I mean, it's like a lot. The funny thing is that all of these issues, like most reasonable people have fittingly reasonable opinions on them. Oh, like there's an African dictator with child soldiers. That's evil, right? Oh, there are cops wrongfully murdering people. That's evil. Like you know, it's not that hard to understand. It just comes down to like how to what we do about these things, how people react, and I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just I guess it's just something like maybe people are just so emotional, right? Um, I really don't know. Um, but I guess what I'm saying is like with social media, for example, right? Like you have the freedom to do theoretically whatever you want as long as you're not harming anyone. And I'm and I mean that in the most broad sense, right? Um, it's kind of like life. It's like life, and it's like art. You know, um, it's but again, it's just like you. What comes with that is responsibility, of course. And being discerning. Um, but no one's just gonna like do that for you. Like you have to do it for yourself. That's why I like to try to just keep it as simple as possible. Um, It's like I don't read or watch the news. Um, Yo, what's up, Eucalyptus Koala? I'm literally about to stop streaming because I gotta get up in a little while for Easter breakfast. Happy Easter, fam. That goes out to everybody, but Eucalyptus Koala here, being here now. Happy Easter, bro. I actually just saved your typing with Eric, and I'm gonna watch that. Um, I'm just ranting here about the state of the world, or at least America. I don't know. I can't. It's hard to even like speak on the world, but just how people like respond to these political things and social media. I'm just saying there's freedom involved. Knock on wood, of course, right? It's just but all people do time and time again is just give into the hive mind, right? It's like, and then people have the nerve, right, to like talk so badly about the tools that we're given, right? Like it's like, bro, like it's not the tools that are the problem, like it's the people that are the problem. You know what I mean? Like the media, right? It's like, well, yeah, right, but it's like, no, though, people, right? Even like when I was very young, like I knew it from when I was very young about religion, right? That's like the OG thing, right? Of where it's not religion that's the problem, it's people, you know? Um, and it in theory is kind of like the government too. Maybe that's like a hot take, I don't know. But in theory, it's like, yeah, whoa, democracy, it's great. Like, what a perfect idea. It's all this stuff. Capitalism, right? Like, yo, that's great. Like, it's like, well, but see, people like, you know, people have a way of fucking things up, right? All of it comes back to morality, you know. Um, but more specifically, just talking about art and life, it's like, well, yeah, there's moral responsibility in both equally. I mean, well, obviously in art you get the benefit of the doubt where you have it's quote unquote not real, right? But and in life it's pretty cut and dry, right? But nonetheless, you have this moral responsibility, and I'm just saying, like, you notice it especially in films, like just the quality getting worse over the years. And I don't think it's because people have lost their striving towards goodness. I think it's because of like being controlled by corporations and the government. Um, yeah, literally Easter preacher, upside down smiley. I know, and I was saying this. I'm like, I'm trying not to preach, but I just like got on my soapbox here. It was on my mind though, like oh, right. So that brings me kind of perfectly back to the thing like that I said in Charles Carroll's stream earlier. I'm like, I don't think it's the I don't know for evil to ensue. Like even more so I noticed than in music. Knock on wood, of course, right? But I think it's because it's a little more decentralized. Like I think a lot of it comes down to that we need to decentralize media. Um we really do need to be making things as independent as possible. And funny enough, you're actually helping me to be. I always do this where the first time around I'm like ranting, and then the second time around I'm much more concise. But a perfect way of kind of wrapping it up too is saying like, look at the freedom that we theoretically like. I'm not saying like it's like what John Mouse says, right? It's like even under this cloud of control, we can still speak, right? I like that quote a lot, and it's like it's so true. Like um yes, Google owns YouTube, like whatever, right? But there's all sorts of opportunities for everyone. Like, I mean, the stream is buffering right now, and it's like, yeah, you do have to go, you have to kind of play by certain rules to some extent. But the fact of the matter is that again, knock on wood, right? Like we have these freedoms to make use of. All that it has to do with going forward is having a sense of moral. Is just having moral sorry, I meant to say it's just about having moral responsibility. Um, and at the very least, striving towards goodness. And if that is not something that, if you're like me and you say, and you seem to see that it doesn't appear that the hive mind is super oriented towards goodness, well, then you, in a sense, kind of have an obligation to resist that, the hive mind. I mean, I don't know if, and at least if you have any, if you're striving towards goodness, like, and then you kind of get into like subjectivity and objectivity stuff, which is always annoying. But I do think there is such a thing as objective morality. Um, um, it's like we all seem to have this intuitive sense that murder is evil, for example, right? Like, and it's like, well, why is that? Well, I mean, because it's bad. Just like, well, no, no. I mean, for one, you could say, well, because we don't want to die, so you don't want to like inflict that on someone, right? Um, but that's about it. Everything else is basically just saying it's just a moral issue, like, um, and I don't know. I just think it's not a coincidence, like that we have these intuitions about things, and it's all very moral and spiritual. Um, But yeah, in any case, I think what I was saying about I was being trying to be concise there about that last bit. Yeah, just like social media and stuff, right? Like everyone's so quick to just be like, "Oh, it's the fucking social media, the blah 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 blah." It's like, no, it's people, right? Again, like it's people. Uh, you know, uh, well, it's bad because it makes echo chambers. Like, well, people like to gather with like-minded people. I mean, it's tribalism. It's not good per se though. It's actually responsible for a lot of evil, like tribal. I was just getting into that too, like how, and I think especially like post Trump, unfortunately, I think a lot of tribalism came out in everyone, you know. There was a disillusionment in Trump that provoked a lot of tribalism. And I mean, I didn't see it during the Obama era. I saw it during the Trump era. And I don't think it's because Trump bad. I just think it's because people bad, basically. And yeah, I don't know, man. Not necessarily, I'm not saying like people. I'm still optimistic though. Like, whether it be about in art and in life. Like, I'm just saying people need to recognize that um, free will that we have. Like, um, yeah, and in the spirit of Easter, no pun intended, I guess I will say, it's the religious connotations are relevant, like, I forget exactly what I was going to say, but basically, striving towards goodness is essentially striving towards God, you know. Um and regardless of what anyone thinks about it, Jesus Christ, you know. Um all of this stuff endures because of the humanistic striving towards goodness. You know what I mean? And I don't think that that drive is gone, you know. I just think that, you know, corporations and government have taken way too much, just have way too much power and control. You know what I mean? And of course, there's just the issue of there is the issue of people's aims, but it's more specific. Like it's more specifically like people who are in power. You know what they aim towards, right? And it seems to me, honestly, that like the most powerful are often not aiming towards good. You know. Sorry, I meant to say it seems to me that often the most powerful are not aiming towards goodness. Um, as they say, money is the root of all evil. I mean, it all sounds a little um well, I had another word for it, but me also I guess cliche, but I don't know, I'm just kind of like spelling it out for anyone that remains unconvinced. Um Although it's kind of like, yeah, I'll basically leave it at that because I mean, it's not like everyone's values like need to, like there would be no individuality without a level of that's oh right. What I was gonna say is that it's the religious connotation of free will. People think that that's like an oxymoron, and it's not. You know, it makes perfect sense. Basically, it makes the choice to go towards good and God more good and of God. Because if you know what I mean, like there has to be choice in the matter, or else it ceases to be, or else it's not a choice. You know, but we very clearly have that choice in life. You know, and in art, and people don't like that. You know, funny enough, it's almost like people don't like that even more when I talk about it in art, because that's supposed to be like the true free space, and I definitely grant that element of freedom in that regard. It can't just be everything though. You know, like it's like it shouldn't be, you don't just like turn on, it shouldn't be that like you just turn on the TV and there's just like someone being murdered immediately. You know what I mean? Like even if it's fake, right? Like that shouldn't just be every single channel, you know? Like um um you know what I mean? And there used to be a time when that wasn't when that wouldn't even be a concern because it was just common sense, you know, it's just like, well, of course not. Like why, that would be horrible. Well, guess what? We're living it now. Like we've been living it and it's only getting worse. Because people and people, it's framed in this way though that it's like somehow quote unquote amazing truth and reality, and it's not. Um because um the amazing truth and reality of the situation is that we ought to be striving towards goodness. Um it's like, yeah, we figured out the freedom part. Now we have to figure out the goodness part, right? Literally. Yo, what's up, Winston's mom? Says hello, yellow pill, please. Lol. Yeah, you caught me. Genuinely. Well, I'll probably just stop at 7. I need to, because I'm supposed to go to Easter breakfast and like, like I have to like start getting ready in like a little over 2 hours. Ridiculous. Nah, it'll be chill though. I mean, I woke up at like 9 p.m., so it's like I'll be fine. But I did want to lie down for a while and try to rest a bit, get the illusion of sleep. Speaking of illusion, disillusionment, yeah, I was just like on ranting though. It was pretty good though. I mean, I was kind of outlining my thesis, my manifesto. No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, my thesis here, like just about art and life. And I mean, you've been here, but you've heard basically everything I've said here already, Winston's mom. But um, a lot of it was particularly on my mind though too, because I was in like Charles Carroll's stream earlier, and I mean, he was just talking about film and just how many filmmakers are on the side of evil rather than good, and just like, you know, I think that that's basically responsible for the decline in quality, and that it all just kind of like speaks for itself. But it just seems like no one, everyone's like sort of made uncomfortable by that concept. But it's only in understanding that concept that we move forward towards goodness, right? Well, thank you, Winston's mom. She says it's always good, your rants. Well, that means a lot to me. Thank you, Winston's mom. Um, I don't know. You might have been. You don't have to. Um, it's a lot, but like I was even just saying how, like, I know that you're not like a fan of like Trump, but like and I'm decidedly in the middle on Trump, so to speak. Um, but it does seem pretty obvious to me though that, like, I mean, I remember it might be I might be looking at it with rose-colored glasses, but I just remember during the Obama era, it really did seem, I mean, even my dad agreed with this. Like, it's like it seemed like we were on the right path, so to speak. For all of his faults, right? Um, and it seemed like Trump, in he activated a certain hysteria in his haters and a certain fanaticism in his lovers, right? um, that was the nature of the division there, that was polarizing. But I think it was all just a response to the quote unquote shock, right? Of this guy can actually be, can, this guy is actually president. And it's like, yes, like, and it's like, I've been saying this ever since he got elected. It was just kind of like, really, it seemed like everyone was like acting surprised. You know what I mean? And, maybe that's just because I'm on the younger side, and I haven't experienced that many presidents, right? But everyone was basically saying, he's the unprecedented president, right? It's just so funny. Um, and I'm just kind of like, by the way, I have a Fanta, sponsored by Fanta. Hopefully, I'm not buffering too bad. I'm being censored by the gov. I'm just kidding, but I'm being censored by the government. But yeah, I don't know. It's just strange because then all that stuff started happening. So then Trump happened, right? And that is what it is. But I think everyone, it disillusioned people. But I'm saying, like, think of that word, disillusioned, right? I think it started to it dropped the curtain, like in the Wizard of Oz, right? There was a bit of a reveal going on about the man behind the curtain, right? And like David Lynch said, and of course he was forced to recant about it, right? But he basically said, Trump disrupted the process and exposed the government for the clowns that they really are. Um, 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 then of course he had to be like, I, write his little letter or whatever and be like, I'd love to sit down with you. I think that you can be, he basically said, he's like, you're being too divisive and that you need to like change your heart towards good, which like is basically like the best thing you can say, I guess, when you're being anti-Trump, right? He basically handled it the best way possible, but I just wish that he didn't go back on what he said originally, which was that he disrupted the whole process and showed and exposed everyone to the fact, well, exposed everyone to the fact of how the government are, well, what did he say? Like, well, yeah, and showed everyone the clown for the people, the government, how the clowns who they really are, whatever. For the clowns that they really, he exposed the government for being the clowns that they really are. Sorry, I meant to say he exposed the people in the government for being the clowns that they really are. Here it is. Okay. So work with that, right? You say, okay, so we were disillusioned basically, okay? Like um it doesn't mean that Trump is bad, you know? Um Regardless though, it happened, right? Like Trump happened, right? And so what do? We try to get we make the quote unquote what we think is the next best thing, right? President, the total like safe bet, right? We get Joe Biden, who I remember I was joking with my friends years ago about like Joe Biden for president, and then like it happens, right? Of course. And this guy who like used to be, pretty sharp, pretty funny. Now he's just a senile old man, with seemingly no personality, right? And we do that, and it's a lot like, in my opinion, I think it's sort of like putting on band-aids or like putting on like duct tape on a situation, right? Like just kind of like, see, like it's kind of fixed. See, it's good, and it's just like we ain't buying it. Like no one's buying it, right? Like no, right? Like it's um it's stupid. Um but if we but it was just coming back to my whole thing though about just like moral responsibility in both art and life. In that, we all have to be striving towards goodness. And that it does essentially come down to it does essentially come down to moral and spiritual matters. Like again, just striving towards goodness, which is of God and Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter if you, in the spirit of Easter, of course, right? But of course, people don't, even if you want to change the vocabulary, you ultimately wind up with the same um, result, That's kind of why I don't understand like the arguing, you know. I'm not so much arguing about what it is that Trump did. I'm arguing more for a point of like what I'm arguing more about like what he represented. And what he represented was a disruption in the process in which he exposed that the government is full of clowns. And it is clown world, That is what's going on. But to just go full retard and put Biden in and just sort of try to scotch tape it up is a waste of time. It's too late. Um, you know, people on one side think that they have Trump derangement syndrome, and then people on the other side have think that he's Jesus Christ, and there's only one Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, look, if there was to be proof that comes out tomorrow, I mean, if there was to be, I don't know, anything, right? That would just, I mean, well, they think he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. Some of his most ardent followers, right, think that. But I'm like, bruh, like, there's only one. Like, no one is Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? And anyway, I mean, that's just a reference thing. For me, it's like, I guess who knows, but I'm not willing to go that far for Donald Trump. Like, I mean, I don't hate him. Uh, that's not at all what it's about. It's just a reverence thing, especially if right, perfectly fitting on Easter Sunday right now. But it does seem to be like a different kind of nepotism, though. With Trump, I mean, like, why would you not have your administration be the people um that you like, you know? Um I mean, if I mean, you appoint the people that you think are right for the job, right? Um I mean, whether or not you agree or disagree with who he appointed, like, um I mean, I guess I see what you're saying because of it's the wealthy elite thing. And that's mostly for me like why it's a big part of why I don't go full Trump fan, because as much as I appreciate like the stances that he struck as they felt very anti-establishment and anti-elite, his history is in elite wealth, you know. Um, and if you wanted to be really cynical about it, you could say that his whole um, populist stance is a bit of posturing, you know. But I'm saying even if it is posturing, to some extent at least, it's a posturing that aims towards good. Um, at least some of it. It's like obviously like if I were him, I'd have been a lot more diplomatic and like explained myself better. But in a way, I kind of like his bluntness and his I don't know, his humor. I mean, I always thought he was very funny, but he doesn't really a lot of people obviously don't feel that way, and I'm sure that if I was in some different situation that I might not feel that way either, right? But it's all political theater, you know? I mean, I'm just inclined to think like, well, if anything, Trump just outed how stupid the whole thing is. It's like what even is a president? than other than like a figurehead. It also is kind of a generational thing. Like I said, I don't know if you were here when I said this, but just this whole notion of, he's the unprecedented president, right? Like, well, I think I did just say that, right? And I'm just saying, like, not to me, like, not really. I mean, like, I get it, but um, the social justice stuff, that stuff was going on during the Obama era, and it started peaking during the end, but it was still contained to a sort of level. It wasn't, people weren't so unhinged. But then both sides became just incredibly unhinged, like during the Trump era, right? Um, oh yeah. By the way, I was talking about sort of the extreme elements of each side, where there's the so-called Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's the Trump, you know, fanaticism, right? There's Trump hysteria, and then there's Trump fanaticism. It's all just two sides of the same coin. I'm in the middle on the guy. Diplomacy belongs to the NF's law. Tactics is the SP weapon of choice. Our democracy should not be political theater. Presidenting is hard work. Presidenting. And executive orders is how Trump worked, but he did not actually have a policy behind his promises. Hogan said the policy. It's the like button that threw the monkey wrench into the perfect storm. And Socrates told us we would vote for a sweet shop candy owner instead of the captain for our ship of state. That's interesting. Um, well, I'll tell you one thing. I still think that it's a good idea to decentralize media because you've got one side saying, "Oh, this is the fake news," and then the other side's going, "Oh no, this is the real fake news," right? Like, and it's like such ridiculous words, right? Like, the real truth of the matter is that a lot of journalism now has sort of devolved into opinion pieces. Like, um, why Trump's rhetoric is harmful, why Trump's rhetoric is harmless. Well, if there are even two opposing, I mean, I don't know. It's just, if there are two opposing sides on the matter and they are so close, then it's not like like it's like, no, we're not talking, like, it's like, how extreme is it really then? I mean, however, you could say, well, in Nazi Germany, right? It's like people did, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, and it was still evil, and it was evil, but it's not. This was not that at all, really. Um, like, I understand the argument, but I just feel like when you're at the very least, right? Like, for example, if someone tries to, and I'm not saying you do this with his mom. I'm just saying like a lot of people do it. Um, Because to be fair, I actually, to your credit, I haven't seen you once say anything about like attack anyone's intelligence, but right. But that's where a lot of these, so-called quote unquote intellectuals go first, right? They'll say, "Oh, well, like Trump. Not only is Trump dumb, but all of his followers are dumb." And I mean, that's just not true, obviously. But I mean, there's a lot that you could say. Like he's not diplomatic. These people, they're callous and stuff like that. It's like, but it's like there's no dumbness going on. There's no and to be honest, there isn't even necessarily evil going on. Um, it's just you could say a few bad apples, right? And maybe I'm being a little lenient, I know, but still, it's true. And regardless, it's kind of like my point is that like if basically half the country, feels a certain way, they for all intents and purposes agree with Trump, then um, you know, like I don't know. It's an interesting argument because I'm thinking like, well, it doesn't necessarily make it good, but it makes it worth considering. I'm saying basically you're calling half of the country dumb, right? And it's not like I'm the first person to like meant to make that argument or whatever. It's like, and it is true that like you know as a nation maybe sometimes we could use a bit more so-called quote unquote intelligence with regards to just being I mean I don't know to being I mean I still think the moral and spiritual concerns are primary, but the frickin' it that but that stuff requires smarts and darn way. So yeah, I would just say with regards to morality and spirituality. Small primary media. All of his followers once included some of the smartest people I know. They also got scared of the new technology and the new world that globalism is producing, and they were on social media. Right, and that's why I was just saying, like, we do still have the freedom, thank God, right? Literally, that to get off of social media, right? I mean, there's promise on something like YouTube, in my opinion, even if it is owned by Google, but even then, we need more video sharing websites. We need more of this stuff. Again, we need to decentralize media. But if it says CNN's hysterics, it cost a guy being so rude at those conferences, and Trump wasn't one to back off from a fight. I miss his Twitter feed. That was legendary. Lol. Kofefe. I know. Kofefe is hilarious. Wisdom Up says those things that Trump talked about with people got his craziest followers so fired up that now people he has slammed have had to hire bodyguards and some went into hiding. It's just Wisdom Up. I mean, yeah, I'd be interested to know who. Um, I mean, because Boba Fett says he talks smack about his political opponents mostly. They're already elite and have bodyguards and more, and that's basically true. yeah, I mean, I guess like I guess I would say the thing that another thing that Trump maybe could have taken into account more in keeping with the whole thing about being diplomatic, right, is like being a little less enabling towards the most unstable of his followers, so to speak, right? Um, um, he wasn't as good as possible in that regard with like sort of um like very clearly dissuading evil. I mean, I think it's a difficult issue because, of course, you literally do have people that run the corporations and government who are evil, but um, it's like it's certainly not responsible to be like encouraging in any way people to. I mean, look, I think it's extreme. I don't think he was ever encouraging people to like murder people, but um you could say that some of his more unstable followers could like make um they could go taxi driver on him, go Travis Bickle, just kind of like basically become convinced that that's how they're going to do good is through violence, which is never good because violence is evil. So it doesn't work. But again, it's just like it's all about good and evil. It's not that difficult. If Trump was a little more can like if he was just more of a diplomat, I guarantee you that people wouldn't be as upset by him. Um, but part of me wants to say, well, honestly, like, why treat people like they're dumb and like have to explain every last thing? I certainly could do a little more with that attitude. Just like I mean, the thing is that okay. Well, I will say this. Like, I think sometimes I tend to over-explain. Trump tends to under-explain, right? So like, maybe he could do with a bit more explanation, but it's all just part and parcel with the same mindset, which is like just being more diplomatic. And which is not always the best tactic, ironically, when you're just saying that. But it is. It's a good way though of like ensuring that you are palatable, which again is not always the best thing. So it kind of just leaves me somewhere in the middle. One sec. Yo. Hopefully this is still streaming because it's fucking says it's keeps saying it's buffering. All right. I'm going to stop in 10 minutes at like 7:30. At least try to sleep for like an hour. Whatever, I can sleep for a while when I get home. I'm going to be there for like 2.5 hours or something like that. But yeah, thanks, Boba Fett. He says, That's crazy though. I never saw him crying about his late mom. Well, he held back his tears, but not purple card. That's sad, man. I want to. I'm actually gonna watch that now. But yeah, that's very humanizing. I think he wasn't willing to. I think he was just so uncompromising in that regard. Um. Interesting. Yeah, like man, that's crazy though. That's what Winston's mom says too about his mom and everything. Wow. Wait, did I not grab the fucking water? Damn. Meant to grab the water. I might just stop streaming now. But like but right, Boba Fett says, "Yep, well said, CJ. He just assumed people would know what his oftentimes short speak meant. Wasn't good at articulating." Yeah, exactly. And like there's something to be learned from that, honestly. Like they say, like brevity is the soul of wit, right? And of course, keep it simple, stupid. He just just made really no effort whatsoever to to you know explain himself, so to speak. Which just it's like that. Yeah, I think he could have done a lot better in that regard. If he was just even a bit more diplomatic, I guarantee you. Like, honestly, it might even be as big of a difference as to assuming that the election wasn't stolen. Sorry, I meant to say, assuming that the election genuinely wasn't stolen. If he were just a bit more diplomatic, I can almost guarantee you that he would have won the last election too. You know what I mean? People just didn't like. If anything, they didn't like the feeling of like people just couldn't deal with the thought of a guy like him being at the helm, so to speak, and like I was saying, like they just didn't like him representing the country, and like because I think he was just because basically he represents a sort of brash callousness, maybe, right? Um, those aren't words that we necessarily associate with being good. They can be good, maybe not so much callousness, but funny enough, these can be good things. It's just that they're the types of things though, that come across as really really bad to some people and really good to other people. You know what I mean? But anyway, doublespeak. He's not. No, the man never used doublespeak. Like he never and he didn't mince words at all. Um, I think that's what people liked about him is that he seemed to be authentic and genuine. In fact, one of the things you might say that people liked the most about him was that he didn't do exactly what I'm saying, which is basically being diplomatic. One person's diplomatic is another person's uh one person's diplomacy is another person's cowardice, right? Something like that. Um I'd be inclined to disagree. I mean, in a sense. I mean, I think diplomacy is generally inherently good, right? Um but it kind of just depends on the lens you want to view it through, though, because I mean, if he was truly one of my thoughts about it, honestly, that I keep coming back to, and that I guess I haven't mentioned, is that if he truly was the anti-elite, anti-establishment figure, like that he was claiming to be, then wouldn't it kind of make sense? I think that it would make sense for him to be very severe about the situation, and to be very severe and unwavering in the situation, like, um, and to be fair, who's to say like that he didn't witness all sorts of evil before becoming president? He probably did. And notice just how angry everyone got when he became president and how the elite and the establishment all turned against him. I don't think it's just a matter of like values. I think it's well, it's like it is, but it's also just like a matter of him actually genuinely standing against the tide, and people not liking it. It's not just people. Like, I want to be very clear about this, that I don't begrudge people for not being the biggest fan of Trump, or even being a critic of Trump. Like, um, because there are certainly things to criticize. But to be honest, like, even if you were going to chalk the situation up to what I basically have, which is like bad FE, you know? And you guys know what I mean when I say that. Like, I sort of feel like that Trump had pretty bad FE. But wouldn't you, if you were dealing with a bunch of evil fucking people and behind these corporations and governments that I was just talking about, how about how many evil people run corporations and governments? Um, I don't really know if I'd want to be so quote unquote diplomatic either. You know, in some senses, I even find myself like failing to fully commit to my major critique of him, because I'm thinking, like, isn't what I'm basically asking for him to do is quote unquote play nice? What, I'm not a kindergarten school teacher. Play nice. I'm not a kindergarten school teacher. And that's not a president's job either. You know, a president's job isn't to hold people's hands gently like walking down the street. It's a president's job is to lead the country. um Now, what do I think though, that in all honesty, that he I think that if there was one thing that I can still agree on is that when it comes to like a critique of Trump, it's basically the same thing as being diplomatic, which is to say, I think he should have. I think he would have done well to ensure people more, right? To reassure people more, right? That that he was truly, uh, in keeping with what I'm talking about here, right? Like striving towards goodness. I think his lack of explanations, right? I think I'm pretty on point here when I say I think his lack of explanations, like, led people to fill in the blanks, and um, anyway, people lead having to fill in the blanks, and in essence, just leave too much up to interpretation, right? Like, that is the main problem. And if he was more and it is basically the same criticism, right? Which is basically that if he was just more diplomatic about stuff, he probably would still be president, because it would just be like, the thing is that he didn't even try, to like reassure people like that he was truly on the side of good, you know? He left way too much up to interpretation. And while I don't think it was his job to like handhold, I mean, yeah, to handhold people through the process and all of that, like, it certainly would have done him a world of good to do so, no pun intended, right? And I think if he did, it's just an unfortunate situation. Like, people need things. It's all in keeping with this conversation, right? This has actually been an interestingly concise conversation, because it's like, unfortunately, people do need that hand holding. People do need everything explained to them, you know? And that's not like a put down. Um in fact, I relate to it in many regards. It's just, I don't know if it's necessarily the end all be all of like why someone should or should not be president. I think there are a lot of uh factors to consider here. I mean, probably most importantly, that he was previously a wealthy elite himself, and he also, it's not like you just become president, you know what I mean? Like, that's takes a major rise to power, like, um and some might say the president of the United States is like the most powerful position in the world. So obviously I have an amount of potentially warranted skepticism regarding him, but I tend to feel more and more like, I mean, I've always felt this way, but it seems to be solidified more and more by the day that, like, um, just that it actually really does come back to issues with the media, and that we really do just need to decentralize media. I'm just reading what you guys are saying now. And then I really am about to head out right now. I do tend to think of wrestling though. You know, you're not wrong, Winston's mom. It's not the ideal situation. And indeed, he did show up even on wrestling shows and stuff. And he did, I've said, I mean, he said weird stuff about his daughter and everything. Like, but it's like, you know, I'm skeptical of his haters too. I mean, I'm decidedly centrist on Trump. I do think there's good to be found in at least what he represents. Interesting stuff, guys. I really do need to head out, though. I'm gonna read up a little bit on this, though. I feel like I'm interested in seeing that interview with him for one, and um, it is just funny though because like in essence, when people say they want, oh, like if only Trump was like more quote unquote sensible. Well, what you want then is an establishment Republican, right? And this whole thing is about like anti-establishment, anti-elite. It might not be. He literally is probably not the ideal candidate in these regards because even if he is anti-establishment and anti-elite, he has seemed to have been a major part in it, so it warrants skepticism, right? But I'm still very centrist on the matter. I just think if anything, it's probably good to kind of take what is good from that and move forward into goodness, like, and not to just do the dunderheaded like safe bet of electing a like the ultimate like you know like DNC establishment like Obama, like fucking Biden was just the definition of like a milk toast like um previously establishment guy to elect. It's just a safe bet. And it just wasn't the best decision. But it makes sense. Like, I mean, people want a sense of order, right? So Well, you get a Biden in there, and it's just like, no. The answer is not to just get an establishment anyone either side. The key is to try to, in some sense, even decentralize this government thing. This in however many ways we can. Like let's elect a libertarian president. Like let's you know not everything has to be so cut and dry either or. Idiotic left right dichotomy that we all know is basically defunct, right? Um, but we're still playing these games, or at least the political theater is. And I mean, like you said, Winston's mom, it's like, no, it shouldn't be political theater, but it is, you know. But it's not. It didn't start with Trump, It's been going on forever. It's just that Trump made it clear what was going on, you know, and um, it's kind of just like different reactions to that amazing truth and reality. I'm just saying we ought to salvage what is good from what he at least represents, because in a sense he does represent a sort of freedom, doesn't he? Like um and like you said, Winston's mom, the nepotism, it's like, do we really want all these people who, just literally just these elitists, and they just like, you know, fucking all they do is hang out with each other. They inbreed and everything. Like these fucking weirdos, whether it be in Hollywood or the government, it's all bad. It's nonsense. Like it's like, fuck you. You don't get it's like it's literally like the monarchy or something, It's I mean, but that's just how it goes. I mean, it is wealth and power, but it's also status, right? Like um the high status jobs go to the high status people. The problem is that you don't even have to work for it. You can just be born into it, which is it's like life is already unfair. Like let's not make it more unfair, right? Like if there's going to be competition, right? Like it needs to be rightful competition, Like it should be the best guy or girl. It should be the best guy or girl for the job. You know what I mean? End of story. I mean, and that goes for everything, both in life and in art. Amazing truth and reality. Yeah, I was some people, I don't know, there's I was interested in Bernie, to be honest. I'm glad you said it first, Boba Fett, cuz you know, at least he seemed to represent some kind of positive change that it kind of felt like the next logical step. He seemed pretty anti-establishment and anti-elite in his own way. Um he wasn't the safe bet enough for the left, It's funny though, because in a sense he is farther. He's more progressive. He's more far left. But you might actually say, at least in the good terms of what progressivism is, like, um, well, that it's like it seemed to represent a more positive future, like where, I mean, like I don't know if the whole answer is in like just like taxing billionaires and stuff, but it's like in keeping with the whole government thing, right? Like the anti-government stance, but he at least had the aims were correct. You know what I mean? Like how I was saying, like Occupy Wall Street was onto something. It's like, well, Bernie Sanders was definitely onto something too. But you know, I mean, I'll tell you this, I would have been much happier to vote for him than Biden. You know, like which it's sort of ironic, I guess, or strange how that works because a lot of people say, well, he's more far left. It's like, well, I don't know, man. I'm independent in that way. I go by the candidate. Like, I guess it's just kind of like, yeah, but at least he represents, you know, at least he basically represents positive change. You know what I mean? But even then, I might have to read a little bit more about his stances. In fact, I might actually do that now. But I really am gonna head out now, and to be continued, guys. Too, I'll probably wind up streaming later tonight. Um, it might be pretty late though. I'm not sure, but we'll see. I'll definitely stream tonight. Almost definitely. I don't want to say I don't want to commit entirely because then I don't know if I'll wind up doing it, but I probably will. I almost definitely. So I meant to say I almost definitely will be streaming tonight. So I meant to say I almost definitely will be streaming tonight. But good stuff, you guys. I'm gonna read this stuff now too, but amazing. This is a pretty based stream, if I do say so myself. A lot of amazing truth and reality tonight. So I meant to say a lot of amazing truth and reality going on tonight. But I have to stop streaming now because I gotta go to Easter breakfast with the family and like, all right, I gotta start getting ready to go to Easter breakfast with my family in 2 hours. So, all right, thank you guys for being here. No problem, Winston's mom. Thank you for saying that. I always appreciate your support there. And thanks for being here too, Boba Fett. I always appreciate it. Much love to you guys. Happy Easter. Have a good day. Again, I'll almost definitely be streaming later tonight. So, thank you guys for being here. Peace, fam.